Hello, good evening. Welcome to Constituency Connect on your favorite television, Pan-African Television. My name is Ivy Abnadidinakita. You do know that this show is aired every Tuesday and Thursday from 5 o'clock p.m. to 6 p.m. here on your favorite television, Pan-African Television. Last Tuesday, we discussed the Lower Dentra constituency. Bright Brobe was our guest for the evening, and today it's going to be a different constituency altogether. You do know that you can send in your text messages to 0551 338611 0551 338611. Do not forget that we're streaming live on Facebook, and so you can send in your comments there as well, and we'll gladly read them for you. I'm doing this with my colleague.
Yes, Ivan Bands. Now, it is the 25th day of June 2020, and of course, welcome to the show. And as usual, my name is Ivan Bands. Now, today we are touching base with the good people of the Cape Coast North constituency. Well, before that, you do know that this is the show that holds duty bearers, leaders and politicians to account. Yes, this is the show that does that. And today, like I said, we are touching base with the good people of the Cape Coast North constituency. Well, the Cape Coast North constituency is located inside the Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly of the Central Region of Ghana. Well, it has some interesting boundaries. The Cape Coast Metropolitan Assembly District is bordered by the Gulf of Guinea to the south, and Commander Edina Egwafu Abri Municipal District to the west, and the Abro Asabu Kwauman Kese District to the east, and Chefoheman Lower Dentra District to the north. And of course, we have some amazing settlements like Pedu, Akon, Efutu, Amamamo, Ankafo Village, Akotuchere, and Abura, and some interesting ones as well. Yes, and of course you find all these settlements within the Cape Coast North constituency. Now, it's important to note that from 2018 to 2012, the seat was, or the Cape Coast North constituency was presided over by Ebo Baton Odo, representing the National Democratic Congress. Yes, and fast forward in 2016, during the parliamentary election, he lost the seat to the camp of the MPP, and now the current member of parliament for that very constituency, that is the Cape Coast North constituency, is Honorable Baba Aisha Isi. She doubles up to be the deputy minister for works and housing, and she'll be contending. She'll be in battle head to head with the Honorable Kwame Nyako, who happens to be the parliamentary candidate for the NDC in that very constituency, that is the Cape Coast North constituency. And so today, before we go on a break, we are having a conversation with Dr. Kwame Nyako. Yes, we'll be zooming in some of the challenges within the constituencies, or the challenges the constituents and residents are facing in there. We'll be looking at some of the satisfaction as far as the current member of parliament is concerned as well. And we'll be zooming in deeply into his policy and obviously vision for the constituency. Yes, so I'll be looking at all those things.
Right. So Ivan, let me announce the text messages number once again, because we did some slight changes, and so the number is 0551 338611 0551 338611. We are streaming live on Facebook. You can as well send in your messages, your comments, your thoughts, your take on what we are discussing for this evening, and we will gladly, as I said earlier, read them for you. Now, Ivan, let's look at some of the challenges in the Cape Coast North constituency. Poor road network, poor drainage system, and unemployment.
That's true. For me, I think it's pretty much amazing, because when we visited the constituency, I personally interacted with the people, and you could hear that they were speaking bitterly about the fact that, especially on their roads, it was extremely bad. At a point in time, we got to a place that I didn't even know this place is even a road. And clearly, the residents intimated clearly to me that this is a road that obviously has cars parking, passing through to and fro and all that. And it was extremely amazing. I had never even seen any deteriorated road such as what I saw. It was amazing. It was strange to me. And I feel that little or no attention is being paid to the call of residents within this constituency. It's pretty much shocking that we have one of the greatest or one of the biggest universities in Ghana, that is Cape Coast University, being represented in this very constituency. And exactly how the roads have been deteriorated is extremely close to the university. And so you should understand that if being the fact that it's a university, there's going to be to and fro of cars moving in and all that, okay, and its surroundings and all that. Especially, I don't know if it is the Amamamo community or that. I mean, I cannot get a name clearly exactly the community that was, but it was extremely closer to the university. That was where we also got interactive with some people that were complaining about the drainage system. You know, was this drainage system that is being, as it were, drained or dredged. You know, I think they said every 3 months because of the nature of the bridge. But as it stands now, for about 6 getting to a year now, it has not been drained, and weeds have all grown in that bridge. And obviously, you know that anytime it rains, that place gets hugely flooded. And they told us, or they incited that was the reason why anytime it rains, the place gets so much flooded and all that. And for me, I think that if leadership is watching us, if the current member of parliament is watching us, I mean, these are the challenges that the people are calling you for. These are the things that they are seeking for you to come and address and get it done and all that. So I think these are some of the challenges that we put our minds to, or we put our thoughts to, and obviously God formed the constituents as well. So we'll be tackling that with our guest.
I'm much concerned about the poor road network, Ivan.
I know. I always say that you are ahead of roads. Yeah.
I'm much concerned about the road network, Ivan, especially. We are in the raining season now, and so just imagine the road. Just imagine the nature of the road. I
can understand.
Ivan, I always say that almost 75% of our roads in this country are in deplorable state, and this year was set aside for road construction. But they always give us the excuse of coronavirus. But definitely, Ivan, the people know what is happening.
Yeah,
they know what is happening. They are being acquainted with their member of parliament, and so I always say that the ball is in their court. We cannot judge, or we cannot tell someone what he or she is expected to do. You promise the people, fine, you are not in charge of road construction. That is why I always say that do not tell the people that you are going to construct roads for them. They have less idea about that. So tell them the truth. Your duty is to lobby, but you don't do that. I don't know what you see. You beg people to vote for you, and when you get to the top, you forget that it is people that voted you into power. Ivan, I'm much concerned about the lies they tell the people before they get to the top.
They want to get to power. I mean, what do you have to do to get to power? You have to tell the people what they
want
to do.
Then you do what is expected of you. Even if you are not in charge, what effort are you putting in place? What are you doing to help your constituents? What are you doing to help your constituents? That is my problem. You see, we go to so many constituencies and they are like, yeah, MP no, so you see, we ask you questions and you are like, I'm not in charge of road construction. But you put it in their heads. You are the one who told the people that you are going to construct their roads for them. So if you know that you are not in charge of road construction, do not promise the people. Do not promise your constituents. Because they believe that you are going to construct the road for them. You are going to do this for them. That is the reason why they gave you that power. They put you at the top to help them. You are a representative. You are representing the constituents. And so, please, let's be fair to ourselves. Let's stop lying. Let's stop deceiving our constituents.
Right. All right. Ivy, so let's just go for a quick break. We'll return shortly with our guest. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Oh, it's incredible! Bang on target!
Hello?
Oh, see, that sound.
Okay, why? My wife comes and send a message. Hello? I didn't know. What's happened?
It's a child who will be a quiet, say, what? I dare say,
Besides, when a friend, I'm so young. You have not text messages here. And our office also. I'm still like Diana. She says, "I mean,
I mean, himself we a guy man, and me young who could look ra. And so also wants a family drilling company limited for Kana.
what's it name? Family Dwelling Company Limited.
Ye two borehole, biofuel, biogas, swimming pool, plumbing works in Naso, ye be, Frey 0240 333 111, and NASA 0244 144 822.
Me and Pa and you want to do me fee. Me want to will be here. Family Dwelling now. Family Dwelling. Me out
Action.
Welcome back from that quick break. If you're just joining, this is still the show Constituency Connect right here on Pan-African Television. And like I told you earlier on, this is the show that holds duty bearers, leaders and politicians to account. Yes, this is still Constituency Connect. And of course, my name is Ivan Bands. Now, the WhatsApp number and test line is going to be scrolling on the screen. And obviously, if you want to send a message, you can do so. And we'll gladly read it out to you. We are live on Facebook at Pan-African Television. Leave a comment and we'll read it out to you. Of course, live on YouTube at Pan-African Television. Now, before we get interactive with our guest, let us check out his profile. And so, stay tuned.
This is the story of Kwame Minta Nyaku, NDC parliamentary candidate for the Cape Coast North constituency. At his early age, Kwame Minta Nyaku attended Association International School in Accra, John Tay Memorial School in Samim, and Advertis Preparatory School in Kumasi. Raised by the Zebra Fraternity at the Sadal College and other prominent institutions, including Commander Training College, University of Cape Coast, University of Leicester, Chartered Institute of Marketing, and University of Ghana Business School. Kwame is now a senior lecturer in Marketing, Strategy and Entrepreneurship, Department of Marketing and Supply Chain Management, School of Business, College of Humanities and Legal Studies, University of Cape Coast, Ghana. He has published over 26 articles, 3 books, and 5 models. Politically, he also doubles as the National Democratic Congress parliamentary candidate for the Cape Coast North constituency. Kwame has grown to be an astute academician, a promising politician, and a benevolent philanthropist. Kwame has previously worked in various institutions and also taught in schools, colleges, and universities in Ghana and beyond. Kwame teaches marketing, strategic management, entrepreneurship, and international marketing courses at both undergraduate and graduate levels, and a chief examiner, moderator, and assessor for these courses in over 15 public and private universities within Ghana and abroad. Kwamina is a sales, marketing, and strategic management consultant and has worked with several senior management and management teams on strategy formulation, development, implementation, and control, and has trained many executives and managers in corporate Ghana and beyond. Kwamina has also written over 15 business plans and strategic plans for different companies across different industries in Ghana, Europe, and America. Kwamina has been a course representative, a sports prefect, a hall president, a two-term hall tutor, an academic counselor, chair of committees, and board member of several committees. Currently, he is the president, Comenco 95-year group, organizing secretary, Leicester 03-year group, patron, Santa Moga, African Intellectual Consult, and Club Lightning, UCC chapters. Kwamina constantly undertakes outreach programs within and outside Cape Coast North Constituency, Ghana, and beyond.
Welcome back from that short documentary break. Honorable, such a rich portfolio.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very, very rich.
Thank you.
Trust me. But I'm tempted to ask this important question. What prompted your decision to enter into politics? With all this portfolio you have, you could do anything you want, but what prompted your decision to, enter into politics and obviously stand as the member of parliament for your constituency?
Well, I think the decision came out due to discussions with some few friends and family members. And then, especially with my colleagues, we used to have a lot of more submissions and debates on campus. And then some of them just said, well, don't you think it would be appropriate for you to go to parliament? And I said, why that? They say, your submissions are always good. You think you could be in a better position to represent the constituency. So I just gave it a thought. I've been a member of the NDC for a long time, since 1992. I was part of the team that was working for Anchor Town, the Quiet, for a long time. And then there are some projects that we'll be looking at consequently within our constituency. So as this decision came up, I decided to talk to some few family members who also thought it was a good idea for me to also see if I could go into the nature of politics. So I just decided to try my hand on politics.
Also, you're a grassroots person as well.
Yes, I am.
You lived there, you understand the plight of the people better than any other bastard.
Sure, I lived there. I've been in Cape Coast majority of my life. I schooled in Cape Coast, I worked in Cape Coast, and I'm currently working in Cape Coast. So, as I said, I was in Addis Ababa. From Addis Ababa, I went to Commander. From Commander, I came to UCC. From UCC, I traveled abroad to go and study. And when I came back, I went back to UCC as a lecturer. I'm currently a senior lecturer there. And came to Legon to do my PhD, and I'm still back at UCC teaching.
That's good. That's good. Now, moving on, I mean, on the lead to the 2016 election, one of the key messages, message propagated or better still articulated by the politician or by a politician was the creation of jobs, for the youth and the constituents. Now, however, the youth today are complaining bitterly that there's no job. Now I'm asking you this because you are advocating thoroughly to becoming a member of parliament for the constituency, for the Cape Coast North constituency, and especially when we have one of the greatest universities, Cape Coast, the University of Cape Coast, located in your constituency, and obviously have a lot of people graduating and all that, and rendering or becoming unemployed. How would you address this, or what is your take on this?
Right. I think you are right regarding the issue of job creation, 2016. And then the NDC had a lot of more policies that were supposed to have helped in that regard. Unfortunately, we had to leave power 2016. And then for us to be able to ensure that our graduates will be able to have something to do, we need to look at three things. And that is where I'm looking at how I can use to be able to help people within the Cape Coast constituency to get jobs. And then I'm working within the concept of a three-point pillar. I'm looking at empowerment, I'm looking at entrepreneurship, and I'm looking at sustainable development. Now, these three key areas is going to help most of the graduates to have jobs. Now, when you go to the job market, it's all about skill development. How many of our graduates have been able to develop such skills to be able to acquire such positions within these respective organizations? Okay. So you realize that there's the need for us to be able to improve on their skills, to be able to tap into it. With a region of entrepreneurship, we need a situation where our graduates will be able to start their own businesses. So we're looking at a situation where we could support them with some finance, we could also support them with some strategic skills, and also be able to support them with some base. That will help them to be able to harness their entrepreneurial mindset. You see that the ability to start your own business is more relevant than joining other companies, because now it's very difficult, and especially in this pandemic era where a lot more people have been laid off, it is appropriate for you to start your own business. What business can you start? And this is where talking to our students will be able to come out with these avenues of ideas where we'll be able to tap into. Especially at the University of Cape Coast, we have something we call the business incubators, where we are pushing more students to come in to learn how to start their own businesses. We're also looking at issues where entrepreneurial activity will be more enhanced, so that more people will be looking at starting their own businesses after school. In Cape Coast constituency, we have three strands. We have the fishing community, we have the farming community, and then we have those within the university setup. Now, those within the fishing communities will need certain things that would help them to expand their fishing businesses, like coastal facilities that's going to help them to be able to store more fish within the constituency and then use that as a base to export into other areas. So that we could also help some graduates to also look into that direction and see how best they can tap into the fishery industry. When you go down into the farming industry, you see that we have more, the Cape Coast soil is more good for citrus production. So we're looking at a situation where we can have more of our students look at how we could plant a lot more oranges, a lot more pineapples, mangoes and all that within the area, and we can see the value addition that we could give in that regard for them to also start their own businesses. The emphasis is that we need to look at the value chain. When you go to the areas where we have a fishing community, there's also gari production going on in that area. Now, how do they get this cassava to do the gari? They need to go and buy it somewhere else. When you look at the farming community area, they don't really produce the cassava. So we can have more students or other people within the community thinking of how we can come up with more cassava to be able to feed the gari people, for them to have more gari production. Now, the reason here is that once you're able to have more gari production, the tendency of us exporting it to Nigeria is high, because that's one of their most consumed food. We could also equally look at how we could use that as an asset to be able to support the school feeding agenda, where a lot more gari will be supplied within Cape Coast constituency. Now, Cape Coast constituency has a lot more institutions which will benefit from such activity. Yeah,
that's amazing. That's pretty good. Now, aside the job creation that you spoke about and all that, we'll be zooming in more on your vision and policies that you've spoken about. But aside the job creation, what are those other challenges that are peculiar to the constituency, by virtue of the fact that from 2008 to 2016 it's been presided over by the Member of Parliament, by the National Democratic Congress.
Sure. I mean, it's been an 8-year affair. Yeah. And what is happening is that the NDC, before they left power, had this program already running. That we were supposed to asphalt all the roads in Cape Coast constituency. So if you go through Cape Coast, you realize that most of the roads were tired. Coming from the stadium area there, straight down to right in front of Aquaculture. Now, when you use the roads coming from the DVLA section through to Pedu Abra there, all those roads were tired. If you look at the Interberton Road through, that is CCTH, when you're going to the teaching hospital, straight to Fourth Ridge, all that were ongoing. And then unfortunately we had to leave power. And when the current government came in, instead of them to continue, they decided to do a bit of audit.
Talking about roads, when the constituency, personally, I granted an interview with quite a number of people, and they expressed their opinion about the deteriorated roads and all that. So producer, if that video is ready, let's check out that video. Let's have that footage.
All right, so still on Constituency Connect, we are still inside the Cape Coast North constituency in the central region, to be precise. Well, earlier on we showed you certain footages of the Apple-Sika-Kokwado road. Yes, this happened to be one path that also connects to the Apple-Sika-Kokwado road. You can see for yourself how deplorable the state, the roads is as it stands now. Look at how deplorable the roads is now. This is also in connection to the Apple-Sika-Kokwado road. Yes, I always keep saying this, that I'll leave this to you for you to digest. But before that, I'm also going to have a conversation with one lady who obviously is also a resident in the Apple-Kokwado constituency. She is here, and so we're having a conversation with her right now. Yes, to also tell us a bit about the state of the deplorable, road at the Apple-Kokwado constituency.
Pocho, mom, I'm free to mention free na de yana. Minim da oti. Na was out to abandoning him. Care the NDC our power no started with mama. No what ND will see pre-junction. And the change of government boom. And MPP will be take over. Now ever since we be take it over no. Yen hone she 1 year she. Basho da had no students no had yana wafa. But Cape Coast University students, I had day and 1 hour old sites, I had in a wafa work on new sites, work on lectures, nazi. But a quan the way I ought to Siciano, youth na yomne, a jume ni ha, she nyaha. Sepeda estia I sweat and poesi coachma, ever quanida, because of the way I quanity. Students Nanka Sampo and shut down for her, chida walk off a shuttle. Na shuttle no sooner walk a coffano. Securities now what UCCID. When tema and go inside and cotton as Bibia Kowa, Wobeses, and moreover, a Jumano had it as UCC a Jumanon so. One in Penufuni now, with Bimbia and a employment. In Tinadaminity like petty works no woman over to why employ youth in my yensu, yen ye be iron, one fine. Yen and Argent Korean sound so yen change government, yen sound so Franco NDC abenim. Ne, in your sazon who be a jam, or yen Kadufu will be iron. Okay,
so welcome to Constituency Connect. But why don't you then roads now abandoned, especially the local Apple-Sika-Kokwado? Why don't you then?
Oh, my been changed there since 2016. Ex-president John Mama or exited from Abem. MPP will take you over, but no one near your roads no. John Mama your roads no. Or your roads now but do from Amamama Junction to this Kwesipra stretchy. And we to Abama was a son if you want. What is a government in if you want? And MPP bent. What be near him do? Obatua roads no do na was our call. Unfortunately, in fact, since 2017, Bepiminde road not say. Shede Bosha was a share crewmani there. Oh, what about John Mama and Edgeman? What about Tuadon? What say when 2 months to ado? In fact, bridge biwa asiaka kra Mr. Midicho we or friend agree. Bridge in the in Suta. Ewa bridge need to be a mile flooded ama in Suko a month from 1 day. My bimukra and two one sorry one mamu coach school as a university. Campus amafo our further school bus what it the express our best call lectures na say bridge ni mama of flounder wontum ye den best call MP no better adon oye honorable Barbara easy in sema okay ma what to abamane opin say tibia obeware okofie that da manfo bebre double be day obo be day Cape Coast North on to me funny sense see a danimpo another toilet crodo there on obey the mazina way to my yama Cape Coast North as our kind of obey wa from Crofum wapamazi as I say wa from Crofum was TVET a year what the pamazi but there infrastructure be another be a fiscal asset be a would onyebi a crook you are.
All right, so welcome back from that documentary break. Yes, you just saw it for yourself, how the roads are in a bad shape. Honorable,
yeah.
What is your take on this? And obviously, what are you going to do right, you know, to correct this wrong as far as roads, you know, it's concerned in this very constituency?
Well, I think I earlier mentioned that the NDC was already working on the roads.
I mean, they said that. I mean, you realize that at the end of a good road began with a very bad one.
Exactly.
So clearly, you could tell that road construction had begun.
Exactly.
Because of, I mean, power exchange. I mean, it's been left as it was at first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is, I remember JM in 2016 was talking about JM Twaso, right? Okay. So what it means that we had a lot more good plans underway, and because we had to go off government, we couldn't continue. Now this is already a blueprint that was there for the MPP to have continued, but due to their own ideology of doing an audit of all the works that had to go on, they had to leave the place to just go messy. My point is, you could equally do an audit whilst work was ongoing, so that all these roads would have been tied by now, so that we'll be able to enjoy this facility. If I come in as the MP, I mean, one of the things that an MP is supposed to do is to ensure that the debate on matters at the Parliament. Now, I'm supposed to push this agenda at Parliament to ensure that I'll be able to lobby for the government to come and continue to complete the roads in my area.
Okay. Now, looking at your portfolio, I mean, clearly, it's been stated here as part of your vision is to reduce poverty.
That's right.
And improve livelihood through empowerment, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. I'm very much concerned about the sustainable development.
Right.
How are you going to ensure that there's sustainable development in the constituency?
Well, there are some projects that you'll be able to undertake within the constituency that is sustainable, where they will be able to generate revenue for the community.
Okay.
Now, when you go to a community like Asnazi, because of my association with some NGOs, we're able to bring some development within that area. Okay. Now, we've been able to get them a borehole. Now, what the borehole does is that the managers of the borehole sell the water to the community. Now, the money that they generate, they use that money to pay for the electricity because you have to get them a pump. They also use that money to also raise money to do things within the community. So now they've been buying a lot of stuff for the community using the money that is being generated from that. We're able to also put up a community center at Brabeze. Okay. Now what that community center does is that they hire that center to members of the community. If you want to use the facility for a funeral, or you want to use the facility for a wedding, or any other program that you prefer, monies that are generated from such ventures go back to the community. Now, these community members are able to use this money to also support other development projects within their communities. Okay. Now, these are the things that we are talking about, where we'll be able to bring out development that will be self-sustaining and also generate money for the community. And that is what we mean by sustainable development. Okay. We want to ensure that they will be able not to rely on government all the time for government to bring them something to sustain themselves, but projects that will bring within the communities will be able to give them that requisite revenue that they require to be able to also develop as a community. Right. They could buy information systems for themselves. The money they generate, they could also use it to buy chairs for funerals, for hiring and all that. So that is what we are looking at, a situation where most of the communities will be self-sustaining than to rely solely on the government.
Great. Yeah. Now, so as part of your vision, or under the vision, we have entrepreneurship.
Yes, please.
And the first point, or A, talks about capacity building. It says that capacity building for startup businesses and business owners. And obviously we have the second one as business incubators for small business owners. Yeah. We have microfinancing scheme for startup businesses and business owners. Now let's digest more into this. Let's delve deeply into this. How is this going to be done?
Right. Now we have a lot more businesses in Cape Coast where there are very few things that they are able to do. Let's look at something within the concept of customer service.
Right.
Now, customer service in Cape Coast has a lot more on the slower or negative side. Okay. Now, the emphasis here is that business owners are not able to really appreciate the why a customer is who he is. Okay. So we have to train all these businesses as to how they can handle the customers. You remember, Cape Coast is the hub for tourism in Ghana. True. We have a lot more foreigners coming into Ghana.
Right.
And if they come in and the services are very bad, that means that they will not be able to come back to visit. And that will will be lost. So in when we're looking at skill development, we've been training a lot more businesses. And I'll be looking at a situation where more consultancy activities will be given to such businesses so that they'll be able to improve on their customer service activity. We're also looking at a situation where businesses that are not performing well will be transferred into the business incubators to be able to know how to do their finances, to be able to know how to do their budgeting, to be able to access funds, and so on and so forth. I'm coming from the university, so I want to put that expertise that I have to the fore of the people within the community for them to benefit from all these skill development initiatives.
Okay. So is Ivy ready? Ivy's on standby, Honorable, so we would invite Ivy in to give us some messages and obviously some thoughts and comments by our audience. Ivy, so you can take over, please.
Thank you, Ivan. So these are some messages from constituents. This one says, hi. Good evening, sir. I'm really enjoying the show. I'm for Raga, and I would like to ask, what security measures would he put in place to ensure that students and natives will be safe in the university community since it's part of a constituency? Thank you. Million Star Erickson from Dunkwa on Ofin. Okay, Million Star, thank you for your message. Hi, good evening. My name is Ahmed from Nyenisin. Please, we'll be grateful if Doc comes out clear with regards to his vision for the people of Cape Coast North, and we will surely support him. And I will also would urge him not to be like those politicians who promises and refuses to fulfill them, because Honorable Barbara hasn't been able to live up to her expectations relative to her promises she made. Thank you for your message. Hi, Pan-African Television. My name is Philip. Dr. Kwamena Mintanyako is the best option and the best man for Cape Coast North constituency since the NPP is incumbent and her government has failed woefully. Even if not for vote buying, she wouldn't have made it in their own primaries. Hey. The grassroots, Dr. Kwamena Mintanyako, has even started delivering to his constituents, even though he is not voted yet. Okay, he's not been voted yet. Obiara Kahun. Okay, we are all involved. Thank you for your message. This says, please don't just vote because of promises. Vote based on the promises you were given in 2016 and the current situation on the ground. Most politicians think the citizens do not think because after voting for them, you will not see them again till next election. Fair enough. Okay, Raga all the way. Saeed Ochre. Saeed, thank you. Raga. All right, Cape Coast North, we are great to have Raga. I pray that 7th December, God willing, the incompetent Barbara will be overthrown. Raga all the way from Sabina. Thank you, Sabina, for your message. We really do appreciate. Okay, so kindly keep your messages coming in and we read them for you. These are some messages from our Facebook. Kwesi Dawood is watching us live. He said, Raga. Okay, nice submission by Honorable Raga. Inshallah, come December 7th, victory is assured. Nicholas Bensi Sam. Nicholas, thank you. I just love this man, my lecturer, your lecturer and our lecturer. Hashtag Raga. Go higher, bro. We are with you. Isaac Echo Dick. Thank you, Isaac. Lang Nubua says, watching. Thank you so much for watching Constituency Connect. Go higher, my Ragan. Nicholas Bensi Sam. All right. Let me read some females. Okay. Saka from Sinewin. Okay. Sinewin. Okay. Saka from Sinewin. Raga is best MP. 90% Cape Coast North people are ready to vote for him. Okay. Thank you for your message. I think Honorable Barbara Asha AC has nothing better for Cape Coast, so she should go for the real man Raga to come from Sabina. Thank you for your messages. The messages are coming in. Raga all the way. This one is from Ajingo Trifupa. So Ajingo, thank you for your message. Because of time, for the sake of time, let's wrap up here on the text messages. This one says, hi, I really love your show, Ivy and Ivan. Thank you so much, and I love your guest. This one is from Esinam. Esinam, thank you for your message. We do appreciate. Ivan.
All right, thank you, Ivy, for the messages and all that. Honorable, pretty much looks like people are supporting you. Now, let's look at the message somebody sent in, the security measures you're going to put in place for the Cape Coast, the University of Cape Coast, or the students within the Cape Coast University?
Yes, I think that has been one of the problems we have at the university.
Okay.
The reason is that the university is more responsible for students that live in the halls.
Okay.
Now, those that live in the hostels are those ones that are not within the region of the university. So I am looking to talk to the management. In fact, we started talking about how we'll be able to harness all the resources regarding the hostel owners so that they will also improve on their security measures. Within that catchment areas, I've been providing some street lights to be able to ease that security issues within that area. So the conversation should be within the hostel, the private hostel owners, and then the university management, because I'm sure if the students are not there, then the university shouldn't have been there, because most of the students are there because of the university. So the university should have some oversight responsibility of looking at how security is really handled within those catchment areas. But me coming in as the member of parliament, I think I'll be able to lobby more for more street lights and more security apparatus within the area. That is, we could also have a deal with the police that could be patrolling around those areas once a while to check on the students and make sure that everything is okay within those areas.
All right, so Honorable, so upon our visitation to the Cape Coast North constituency, we equally came across one bridge that obviously had a lot of weeds, which obviously people tell us that is a drainage, it's a bridge that obviously, water passes through to aid in, space and all that. But anytime it rains, because of how the bridge is being done or how the space is being kept with weeds and rubbish and all that, anytime it rains, it gets the whole place, a large portion of the Cape Coast not flooded. And so we had footages about that. We had conversations with people living within that area as well, and they also spoke to us bitterly about that situation. So let's look at the video. We come back and address that as well for us.
Yes, please.
Producer, let's have that footage.
So we're still inside the Cape Coast by Barbara Ayisi, who is the current member of parliament for this very constituency. Now, ever wondered why anytime it rains, the whole Cape Coast North gets flooded? I mean, some part of it gets flooded all the way through to the University of Cape Coast and straight to Vaco, all those areas. Do you ever wonder why anytime it rains, it gets flooded? This is as a result of that. Now, this is a bridge that why this place gets flooded anytime it rains here within the environs of the Cape Coast University or straight to Valco. And so I'll be having some conversations with passerbys, people who obviously live within this community and obviously are present within these constituencies, to find out their take about what is happening here. When I say what is happening here, the engulfed weeds inside or the weeds inside the bridge causing floods in this very constituency.
Bridge anti Honorable Barbara Ayisi. Yes, Yama appears among Unwinning. Amadem Mutu MPP. Although na me pen this as a bar, or the bridge in a roady bobbing to Mutu man, Munwinning. No winning, no, not a single day. Men would have visit Apuska community, but that.
You would what?
Mohun Wahada. A damazin Hunan, which is last year. In soon flatty, we had a baby into Monco. Honorable Atadaze, not Dana Shasaya. Not Dana Shasaya, or Bajinus almost about 1,000 plus every year. Ozoko. Not Dana Shasaya, or Bajis almost about 1,000 every month. One room be a 1 room, or 1,000 plus. Inside them put my wash it. No school for a done since Suta or 20 years ago. If there were head and was I be our son, I don't have a spare room, was sir. And so, but to be an musician. MPP, with the Grade, Cape Coast North, with the Rambo. Honorable Barbara Ayisi, or ye wicked. I had in sooner tell I had no abandonment. She your butt digging more proud Kobu as I, your boy armor, and soon out them. Oba day, because the Baja 1.5, and any time is the one 1.5 minutes, but yeah, and tab one was more one people for an mocote. What a tab will be 1.5 movie worker tab on the fee. I brought board the January 300 pound 30 cities on do. Enjoy another. No, the young madam. Boys, oh, a human pool when you've been here. Inti, a solemn one chance. Say, you son, you may be in your income, can't crave him about. Che be gina road do na bob assume na phone. Because Bob go adenya wa hyehyɛ. NDC current MP assemblyman Obado. No woman na kasa ni nkotokum sika na wa akoto. Nipa ba akofo. Obaya dem wetu mo dem. Nti MPP hade na this year impose won't munza. Obe last that was last 2 months or 4 months later. No obe what's obe cut so obe road. What was the machines bibia besisa. When you happen what to one machine what cray. I bawomia bahabi. Only we are about to machine when you know when you want to one cousin or to crazy.
My name is Ivan Bans.
That video break. If you just joined me, this is still the show Constituency Connect right here on Pan-African Television. We are in conversation with Honorable Kwame Minta Nyako. Honorable, yes, you saw it for yourself.
Yes.
Exactly the point I was raising earlier on.
Yeah.
You can see how the bridge has been engulfed with weeds and thereby rendered water not being able to pass through, and it creates flood and all that. What is your take on this, and what are you going to do differently?
Well, I think it's sad. And then now that we are going to the rainy season, it's going to be even worse.
I can imagine what is happening now.
Yeah. You know, when it comes to the university community, there are certain initiatives that you have to take, and you need the permission from the university. Now, when you're heading towards Amamoma, you realize that there's a bin that we have. There's a bin on your right-hand side. That's a dump site.
Yeah.
Now, at that dump site, we've been able to create a platform where we will have to put some skips on them. Even that, you need the permission from the university to be able to do that, because it's on the university land. Right. So we have to go seek permission to be able to put that platform there. Okay. Now the municipal assembly is supposed to come and put the skips there for the people to put that rubbish in, for them to take it out. So these dates, those skips are not there. Okay. Now I'm saying this because we need to see how that affects the bridges. Now all those rubbish, when it rains, will have to pass through another bridge to be able to go away. Now, if we are not able to look at the source where all these things will be flowing through, we're going to have a problem. Now, with this particular bridge, what we need to do is we're talking to management in the university. I remember last year there was some dredging going on by the municipal assembly. They started, and after a few seconds, they just stopped. They couldn't come in again. So once the university gives us the go-ahead to be able to do that, we'll be looking at how we can get these tractors coming in to make sure that these bridges have been cleared for the rain to just flow through, and then avoid all this havoc that our people are going through.
Okay, so let's look at, I see some achievements that has been listed, or have been listed, under the empowerment. We have you have sponsored the training of 33 participants from PEDU on bead making. It says here that you sponsored training of 10 participants from Abra on POP ceiling decoration. It says here that sponsored the training of 25 participants for Asanaze in bio production
toilet facility.
Okay, it talks here that you sponsored the training of 80 participants from Asanaze and Mpiasem community on biogas toilet facility construction. Now, even under the entrepreneurship, also it says that the residents from Pedu have started their bead making business as well. It clearly says that residents of Asanaze on batik production, it's ongoing. It said that sponsored some women at Kakumdo with 5,000 to secure loan facility to start their buy and sell businesses. It goes on and on and on. And sustainable development, construction of community grounds at Brabeze, construction of bridge at Koforidua. There's a Koforidua in Cape Coast.
Yes, that's right.
Wow. Yeah. So my question is that, looking at all these achievements and all that, do you think all these things warrant, constituents within the Cape Coast North constituency to give you the nod to as it were, stand as the member of parliament for that constituency? Looking at all the achievements that you have put out there, even when you're not even the current member of parliament.
Yes, I think it would help. Now, even if it's not going to help in that regard, do you have somebody who really appreciate the situation that they are going through.
That's true.
Now, I'm coming from academia, so definitely I work on research. I've been able to visit all these communities 3, 4, 5 times. So I've been able to speak to the stakeholders, that is the chiefs, the opinion leaders, members from the NDC party, members from the community. And most of these activities or projects that we've been able to undertake within the communities were as a result of what they wanted for those communities. Okay. And I think that if I have the means or could be able to have a network that will be able to help me to bring all these things to the doorstep of the people, why shouldn't I do it? So once I was able to tabulate all the demands or requests or projects that they wanted, I needed to also start looking at other areas where I could be able to marshal those resources to be able to support them. I've been able to talk to some few NGOs that came to support. And I started this work in 2016 when we lost. That was when I started going around talking to people to seek these opinions. And I've been able to work on these projects bit by bit till now. And I'm still, most of the projects are ongoing. Now the reason is that as much as I've been able to identify the things that are worrying my people, it is also prudent for me to look at avenues to be able to support in that regard. And that's why all these things are being done.
Now let's talk about the economy of the Cape Coast North Constituency.
That's right.
Now some part of the settlement is largely fishing and farming community.
That's right.
Now, what are some of the measures you're going to put in place, you know, to aid the fisher folks and the farmers, you know, to get their produce or production ongoing and equally reduce poverty within that very sector, that's fishing and farming, you know, sector?
Right. I think I earlier mentioned of the issue of the coastal facility, which is very important. I think the NDC party looked at issues where they'll be able to have that storage facility there. Unfortunately, it's not functioning. So we are looking at revamping that particular facility to be able to have more storage within the Cape Coast constituency and be able to also even think about exporting to other areas within Ghana, where we can move the fish to the northern part where they really want to have a bite. Now we're also looking at a situation where the fishing community will also be able to appreciate the motto to be able to help them to also go and then get
the harbour motto.
Exactly. So that is also one bit that we're also looking to find a situation of helping them.
But they're saying that the premix fuel is getting expensive day in and day out.
But the point is that it must still work. So we need someone who will be able to support them or cushion that burden. We are not here to make promises, but we are here to ensure that we are reducing poverty and also improving livelihood through these 3 pillars that I talked about: empowerment, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. So once you are able to match these 3 together, I don't think that we'll be able to have any issue regarding those areas where we can support. When you're looking at the farming communities, we have a lot more farmlands there. And I'm sure one of the areas that I'm looking at, especially within the farming sector, is poultry and then pig production. I think that area also is suitable for that.
Mention of production of gari.
Exactly. Then we're also looking at where the farmlands will be a situation where there will be like a supply chain activity, where they will be given their produce to the Diako area. Diako is also known for gari production. So we are able to have more cassava being planted in the farming sector, farming areas, then we can push that to where we can turn them into gari production and also look at other avenues of adding value to the gari production. Now you could easily see in town that a lot more companies are coming out with even gari, sugar, with groundnut and stuff, where once you buy, you just add your milk, then you are good to go. So we look at other value additions with the production of these things. And as I said earlier, we also have the citrus production within that farming community. So one of the previous Member of Parliament for Cape Coast North Constituency, that is Honorable Lawyer Martin Odro, was looking at coming up with a citrus factory within that area. And then last week we were talking about how we can revamp that idea and then put it into fusion. So that is also one of the areas that we'll be looking at. The emphasis being placed is that the next government of the NDC is more about job creation. And that is resonated into each respective constituencies if you are a member. So that is where we are all looking to be able to create more jobs for our people within the catchment area. And that is what I'm looking to do for them.
Now finally, how would you score the current Member of Parliament in percentage basis? How would you score her work, sorry?
Well, I think it will be very difficult for me to do that. It will be very difficult for me to do that because I did not vote her into power.
But you see what she's doing and what she's not done and all that.
Well, I think the video you showed could give us a view of how she's performed.
Basis, how would you describe
That is what I'm saying. I think the best people to answer that would be the constituency. And that was what to the vote. I won't dodge the question. The reason is that, okay, I tell you that I want to do roads. Yeah. I tell you I want to create jobs. I tell you I want to do this. Now, in the constituency, she may have given 2 or 3 or 4 people jobs. I may not know. Those people could be MPP people or they could be NDC people. If I have the data, I will be able to say, okay, I'll give you 25, 30, or 22. We are yet to see what she's been able to do, and if she's able to tell us, we verify, then we'll give her a mark. But for me, where I live, the things that she says she wanted to do in my area, she's not done it. Exactly. But she could have done it somewhere else, where those people within that catchment area will say, oh, she's been able to do ABC. So the fact that I don't know what she's done somewhere will not be a very good position for me to say I'm giving her the score. Okay. That is why I'm saying the constituency will decide.
Oh no, but this is your comment, your final words. Why do you think the good people of Cape Coast North should give you the nod to represent them as the member of parliament in the lawmaking house? Your final words to the people.
Right. My final words to Cape Coast North constituency is that we are not here to make promises. We've been able to do a lot more on the constituency, and we are still doing those things. My ability to be able to support the constituency, be able to lobby for more things for the constituency is very, very immeasurable. And I am telling them that should they vote me as the MP for Cape Coast North constituency, they are not going to regret that, and I'm going to make sure their livelihood will be improved.
That's good. I didn't ask you about your chances.
Chances, yeah, I think the constituency will give that.
We'll do that, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us on the
welcome,
show. So this has been the show Constituency Connect right here on Pan-African Television. We do appreciate you sending in your messages on all our platforms, on WhatsApp, on text messages, Facebook and all that. We do appreciate it. It's very unfortunate we couldn't read all those messages. But we promise you that next week Tuesday we'll do as much as possible to read all those messages. Well, my name is Ivan Bans, and I've been doing this with my colleague, Ivy Abnadede Nakite. We'll come your way same time next week Tuesday. Until then, God bless you and God bless Africa. Stay.
Oh, it's incredible! Bang on target!
Hello? Okay, why? My wife comes and send a message. Hello? What's happened?
It's a chunk who's will be a quiet say what? A dear sir.
Besides, friend of friend, I'm so here too. My wife is not testing messages here. And our office so I'm trying to man. She says, I
mean, so we a guy manu and may young who could look cry. And to also want a family drilling company limited for Kana.
What's it then? Family Drilling Company Limited.
Ye two borehole, biofuel, biogas, swimming pool, plumbing works in Naso, ye be, Frey 0240-333-111, and Nasa 0244-144-822.
Miampa and no swimming pool, me see. Me want to, we'll be here. Family drilling now. Family drilling.
What fast is your last set?
Me out with that.
African Center for Capacity Building, AFCAP, organizes the following executive and advanced certificate programs like Executive Certificate in Project Management, Executive Certificate in Human Resource Management, Executive Certificate in Real Estate and Property Management, Executive Certificate in Data and Records Keeping, Executive Certificate in Monitoring and Evaluation, Executive Certificate in Logistics and Transport Management, Executive Certificate in CCTV Monitoring and Installation. AFCAP, where capacity building is our priority. For registration and enquiries, please call 0244 405047, 0242135523. We have our branches in Accra, Tamale, Kumasi, and Wa. Saturdays and weekdays sessions are available. Admission is still in progress. Enroll now. Join the African professionals. AFCAP, where capacity building is our priority.
Too much to say, too much to talk, too much to lose, so we got too much God, too much injustice, yet we have too much loss. Too much hatred make my people, them can't show love. Too much killings, too much gunshots, too much graveyard, it means too much life lost. Too much life wasted by this damn virus. Too much of many more, but still no cure. I've seen too much, heard too much, blind to the system, but I face too much. Skin looks worried, but my age too young. 24 hours, but every day feels long. Because I've seen too much, heard too much, blind to the system, but I face too much. Skin looks worried, but my age too young. 31 days, but every month feels long. In this world, let's make it a better place for you and me. Make it a better place for you and me. We have to make it a better place for you and me. Make it a better place for you and me. Too much war, we don't peace. Too much envious and greed. Too much of the rubbish and chemicals, yeah, we pollute in the sea. Good Lord have mercy. Yeah. Too much of this, too much of that. Too much of I'm black and he's white. Well, it no matter skin color, cause it's one blood. Better know love is the answer. But still I wonder why. Smile on the face, but pure hatred within. It's in every fruit we have, but we ain't planting no seed. Club said there is no shade, but we keep cutting the trees. Before you laugh for the loser, make sure say you will see. Too much, hate too much, blind to the system, but I face too much. Skin looks worried, but my age too young. 24 hours, but every day feels long. In this world, let's make it a better place for you and me. Make it a better place for you and me. We have to make it a better place for you and me. Make it a better place for you. One day we'll be okay. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Someday, one day we'll be okay. Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
One word, one people, one God. Your Gomez. One blood.
One day we'll be okay.
One humanity.
Oh yeah.
One episode.
Truly African.
Solemn, introvert. Even if he was just standing, you would see him, he would just stand. You would see he's somewhere else.
When you're in prison, you say, okay, when we get out, these bastards, we're going to deal with them.
Zimbabwe became the diplomatic hub of the region, all because of meaningful sentiments that the president exhibited then.
continent has seen a succession of elder statesmen who led their countries to independence and managed them wisely. The oldest African to lead a nation is Zimbabwe's President Robert Mugabe. At his 91st birthday party, Robert Mugabe was keen to show off his energy and general good health. He also saw an opportunity to score political points by talking about how much more money from the safari business in Zimbabwe should go to locals.
Also, safaris, very few are African. The majority are white. Safari, safari, safari. But we are now going to invade these forests.
Mugabe has been a political actor for more than 4 decades. But before that, he was a dedicated student who gobbled up knowledge from as many sources as he could. This thirst for education certainly came from his mother, a teacher. Robert Mugabe was born in 1924, just months after his country had become a British Crown colony and was named Southern Rhodesia. His religious parents named him Robert Gabriel Mugabe. In the Bible, the angel Gabriel is the messenger who imparts God's wisdom to many prophets. His father, a carpenter, disappeared when he was young, leaving the family after the death of one of Robert's brothers. But his mother worked hard to make sure he got a good education, sending him to a Catholic school.
Many times I have had the privilege to talk to him, just the two of us. We have done that for many years. He also felt that the mother was doing everything. She was looking after them, and there he was, father's gone. So, and being the bigger boy, yes, who else is the friend to the mother but him?
Church schools have been respected for giving young Africans thorough teaching for decades. Young Robert Mugabe was identified as a clever lad by his teachers.
I mixed with other boys. I played tennis ball with others, you know, so on. Went to school with other boys, and so not quite a lot. But I could leave alone with 1 or 2 books of mine.
Father O'Hay, an Irish priest and the headmaster at his Jesuit high school, became a father figure who encouraged his young charge to go into teaching.
This priest, Father O'Hay, was an inspiration to him. One, in English. Robert Mugabe speaks English better than some of the British people. And he learned it from Father O'Hay. 2, swimming. He said, he's the priest who taught us swimming.
Mugabe did become a teacher, but not before attending Fort Hare University in South Africa. He concentrated on history and English and earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in 1951. He then returned home to teach. But his education would continue. He started taking long-distance correspondence courses with the University of South Africa. He soon had a Bachelor of Administration diploma and, more importantly, by 1953, a Bachelor of Education degree. In 1955, he started teaching at Chalimbana Teachers Training College in Zambia, then called Northern Rhodesia. Mugabe decided that his own education would be improved by moving his correspondence courses to the University of London.
He is a very, very widely read person. Because of that scholarship, it has enabled him to be able to understand and analyze things at a much deeper level.
34-year-old Robert's next teaching post in 1958 would be in Ghana. Here he would be greatly influenced by Kwame Nkrumah, whose country would be the first under colonial rule to reach independence. Mugabe declared himself a Marxist while in Ghana.
He learned quite a lot from them. You will hear him talking about quoting Kwame Nkrumah, for example. And for one of his quotes is that you don't sacrifice principle of the altar of experience.
In 1960, Robert Mugabe decided to visit home and introduce his Ghanaian fiancée to his family. He was shocked at how things had changed in southern Rhodesia. A new colonial government had brought in thousands of white settlers. They displaced black families who were now coming to Harare in search of a means to survive. Mugabe was outraged.
We are non-racialist in our approach. That is, we regard as an individual as an individual, and that everybody must be accorded his full political rights, whether he be white or black, educated or uneducated, rich or poor. And this is exactly why we are at the moment struggling to earn for our people one man, one vote.
The situation provoked the most significant change in his life, from teaching to politics. He started addressing protest crowds. Mugabe praised the Marxist stance of Ghana's leaders for bringing independence.
I was impressed by his articulation of issues. He's a very articulate person. He mentioned in English, and he was very good. I was also impressed by his knowledge of the history of Ghana, how Ghana got its independence, and the role of Kwame Nkrumah, and so on.
After only a few weeks back home, he was elected public secretary of the National Democratic Party.
It was a torrid time for us, blacks. We were discriminated in public places. We wouldn't walk the streets of Harare without being harassed. And when we went to school, particularly at boarding schools, these were segregated institutions.
In 1963, Mugabe helped found a resistance movement that would pledge to use any means, including violence, to achieve independence. It was called the Zimbabwe African National Union, ZANU. And this declaration landed Mugabe in jail at the hands of the colonial government for a decade.
When I was in detention, in prison, I worked as a receptionist clerk, just receiving people, giving them their clothes, whatever they needed. If they were living, give them their normal clothes. So I got to know him very well. And I must admit I was most impressed.
When you're in prison, you say, okay, when we get out, these bastards, we're going to deal with them.
His young son died while he was in prison, but he was not allowed leave.
I want to know why the white people imprisoned my son, Robert. He spent 11 years in prison. One. Two, when his son died in Ghana, they refused him to go and bury his son. And he said to me, Mom, please let us, these white people, to let me go to Ghana. I don't even need an escort. I will go to Ghana and bury my son, and I'll come back. I will not run away.
While in prison, Mugabe stayed busy. Using secret communications, he helped coordinate guerrilla operations. And despite being incarcerated by representatives of the British government, he continued his schooling from the University of London. Ironically, he earned 2 law degrees while behind bars.
We had read in the newspapers that the whites felt that Robert Mugabe is the most radical nationalist. So I got in touch with, he came in, we stayed together, and we spent a lot of time because he was detention. He was not a prisoner, so he didn't go to work. I spent a lot of time with him trying to find out what kind of a person he was.
Solemn. Yes. Introvert. One, you could, even if he was just standing, you could see him, he would just stand. And you will see he's somewhere else. He's not where the body is. It's somewhere else. And then, but he's conscious of people around. But you would see he was planning all the time. And he struck me as someone civil, decent, educated. You could tell by the kind of behavior, the way he carried himself among other people, shyish. But you could tell. There was no sign of him being a bully person or pompous or arrogant. And above all, after being 11 years in prison, being bitter.
Once upon a time, Prime Minister, you said you would never see black rule in this country in your lifetime. Do you still stand by that?
Yes, I believe that that was a fair comment, and I think that if we ever got to a stage of having black rule, then I think our policy would have failed.
In 1974, Ian Smith, the Southern Rhodesian colonial governor, dramatically reversed his position and decided to consider a transition to majority rule. He decided to let Robert Mugabe go to a conference across the border in Lusaka. Mugabe feared he was being used by Smith's government to stall a transfer of power until far into the future. With a white nun's help, Mugabe escaped. Crossing back over to his own country, he joined guerrilla forces.
We thought what's important was to mobilize people. But we didn't have the knowledge, the technique of mobilizing people. So we had to engage the Chinese. The Chinese came to our help, and they taught us what to do. We sent some of our fighters to China to train militarily as well as politically. And by 1971, 72, we had trained enough cadres to mobilize people for armed struggle.
He spent most of the next 5 years leading the bloody conflict with Smith's security forces from newly independent Mozambique, where he received support from the independence hero Samora Machel.
We wrote to the frontline states, Samora Machel, Nyerere, Kaunda. Of course, Kaunda didn't like us anyway. But anyway, finally Robert Mugabe was accepted. And so when we were released from prison, we were asked who our leader was. And we said, Robert Mugabe is our leader. And the Nyerere, Samora said, are you people sure? Can't leadership evolve from the fighters? Oh, no, Robert Mugabe is our man.
There was no real base within the country for them to operate. We hadn't actually prepared the people for the armed struggle.
In waging a struggle, we are not only liberating ourselves physically, but we are also liberating the oppressed, the whites who are oppressing us. And to that extent, our movement got a lot of support international. People understood that ZANU was fighting the system of oppression, secularism, imperialism, and not fighting whites as whites.
In 1979, Ian Smith allowed elections that would result in a black government. The country was renamed Zimbabwe. But those involved in fighting with the government, including Mugabe's ZANU-PF party, were left out. The guerrillas, who had now added Patriotic Front to their name, kept up the fight.
This evening, Lord Carrington pretended that all had been well, pretended that there had been progress. As far as the Patriotic Front is concerned, there have not been discussions at all with anybody in respect of the substantive matters regarding the ceasefire. And we insist that there can never be any agreement. This is just rubbish, absolute rubbish. Nobody will take cognizance of it.
The international community did not recognize the new government. Eventually, a new internationally supervised election was held, and Robert Mugabe's ZANU-PF was victorious. He was named the new country's first prime minister. And he felt that he had the wisdom, education, and experience to bring success to a new nation.
Overwhelming. Absolutely fantastic.
We observed and watched the British flag being pulled down and our flag being hoisted. It was marvelous, really.
After those thousands who died, the bombs, but at the end of the day we said, well, these are bygones, and why should we look back? Let's look ahead and turn our swords. That's my speech, the speech I made in March 1980. Turn our swords into plowshares and become friends.
This was an optimistic time in Zimbabwe.
Every man got a right to decide his own destiny.
Famed reggae musician Bob Marley came out to play a concert to celebrate this enormous achievement.
So arm in arms, with arms, we'll fight this little struggle, children. That's the only way we can overcome a little trouble. And brother, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. We'll have to fight. We're gonna fight. Fight it for our rights. Not to mash it in a Zimbabwe. Put the treaty code in a Zimbabwe. Africans are liberate Zimbabwe. I liberate Zimbabwe. No more.
With African nationalism apparent everywhere one went, whites were preparing to leave for South Africa. The South African apartheid regime had its military clear a path for them at the border. He had seen what his friend Samora Machel went through with a mass exodus of educated Portuguese leaving in 1975. 200,000 whites were living in Zimbabwe, many managing important infrastructure like electricity and public transportation. There were also 6,000 white farmers owning and growing on 47% of the land. Mugabe decided to act. In his independence speech, he said, "The wrongs of the past must now stand forgiven and forgotten. It could never be a correct justification that because whites oppressed us yesterday when they had power, the blacks must oppress them today because they have power." Many Europeans left anyway. And there was an uneasy relationship between the whites and Mugabe for decades to come. But the country was able to feed itself. The economy grew at about 11.5% over the next decade. Mugabe invested in areas close to his heart as both education and healthcare spending tripled. It is not surprising that his first wife, Sally Heffron, was a teacher. They met at the Takoradi Teacher Training College while Robert was in Ghana.
We just became friends. Then I got to know the background. Good parentage, and had been brought up well. She was a teacher.
And the first time he brought her to his home, he got swept up in the new politics of the day. This actually sat well with Sally, who came from a political family.
You would realize that in Sally Mugabe, it was in her. There was no pretense, there was no stage management, it was not acting or performance, it was in her. She was an activist, even more radical than her husband.
They soon got married and had a son a few years later. But his son passed away while he was in prison from cerebral malaria in Ghana, where Sally had moved to be close to her family. But Sally would be Mugabe's closest friend and most trusted advisor for 30 years.
She was a very, very close friend of mine. You could not compare her with anyone in that position. She held it with lots of dignity.
Well, she was a wonderful person and very loving.
When she passed away in 1992, the whole country mourned. And many saw a change in the country's leadership, not for the better. Before Sally's death, Robert had started an extramarital affair with his secretary Grace, who was also married to an Air Force pilot at the time.
After Sally was gone, yes, well, it was necessary for me to look for someone. And even as Sally was still, going through her last few days, although it might have appeared to some as cruel, I said to myself, well, it's not just myself needing children.
In 1996, they tied the knot in an extravagant ceremony many in Africa called the Wedding of the Century.
He is a modern husband because actually he's not fussy about anything. I do what I feel like doing, and we more at home with my kids rather than be in the political field.
They have since had 3 children, and Grace Mugabe has risen to head the ZANU-PF Women's League.
It meant that we were no longer, an aunt, especially an aunt who is the wife to the head of the family, becomes the mother figure for all of us. So it therefore meant that we then had another mother figure. We then had somebody where we could go to and, cry and talk about all of our problems, talk about all of our aspirations and all of our wishes.
Many think she has Mugabe's ear as a political advisor without having the education or experience that Sally brought to her husband.
They are light years apart. Sally was a stateswoman, she is not.
A lot has been said pertaining to Grace Mugabe, especially how she is now the power behind Robert Mugabe, but this is not correct. But maybe what we can attribute to Grace is that she has radicalized ZANU-PF's way of doing things, and because there's some powers behind her in form of her husband, nothing can stop her.
Yes, I remember some of his lyrics in this place. And in swing.
Truly African.
We've had a total breakdown of the rule of law.
Both of us needed to play our responsibility in order to save the nation.
We will still be there as a family together.
As Robert Mugabe's first administration enjoyed success, he was internationally recognized as a statesman, an educator, and a visionary.
Zimbabwe became the diplomatic hub of the region, all because of meaningful sentiments that the president exhibited then.
Honorary degrees were heaped on him by many prestigious institutions, including St. Augustine's University in Tanzania, Lomonosov State University in Moscow, Michigan State University in the United States, and Edinburgh University in the United Kingdom. Zimbabwe appeared on the road to a strong future. And Robert Mugabe appeared to be a leader with a long future. His priority of educating Zimbabweans was becoming evident, and literacy was at an all-time high. Mugabe himself had managed to earn a 7th degree while running the country. This one, a Master's in Science, again from London University by correspondence. Mugabe's education led him to take economic initiatives to try and spur the economy. He introduced a 5-year plan in 1989 that allowed farmers to set their own prices. This immediately paid off as the country saw growth in the agriculture, mining and manufacturing sectors. He was widely praised for his country's progress, even given a knighthood by the Queen of England. After the success of his first 5-year plan, Mugabe felt he was ready to take a first step toward addressing one of colonialism's great injustices: land distribution. White farmers at the time held 15 million hectares of farmland. He would transfer 3 million into black hands.
Land is a productive asset. If you make a productive asset available to an individual, it means that that individual is able to produce. They're able to produce for their own sustenance, but more importantly, they're able to produce in a manner that they're able to generate a surplus.
The program was met with enthusiasm by many poor blacks, particularly those who had been rebel fighters. But these men knew guerrilla war better than farming and were not satisfied with 1/5 of the land. They began occupying white farms out of the control of the government.
We still have 4 of your people who are in the vicinity of Bill's house area. Where's the security in that area at the moment?
We were jumbanjed on the farm. We were held under siege in 2000, and that was a very unpleasant 4 days. We were forced into closure on the farm in 2000 in terms of invaders onto the farm and interfering with operations on the farm, and we were forced into vacating the farm in August of 2002. Now, in those 2 years, not only was the acquisition process chaotic and illegal, and I have on 5 occasions gone to the High Court of Zimbabwe to prove that, and the court has ruled in my favor on every occasion that I should remain on my farm unaffected. But the situation on the ground, in spite of those court orders, we've had a total breakdown of the rule of law.
Whites took the government to court and won, but Mugabe was reaping the political rewards of the redistribution program and either couldn't or wouldn't stand against those who were using the scheme as an excuse to terrify whites and seize their land illegally.
For me, the most, how shall I put it, remarkable, I would say, response of President Mugabe to the lawlessness that was taking place in the farmlands was when the Supreme Court made a judgment which said the invaders of land or the occupiers should be removed and the government should implement the land reform program in the manner that it had presented in its phase 2 program. President Mugabe's response was, this is not a matter for the courts, it's political.
But Mugabe made an issue of the land, and it wasn't, he masqueraded it as land reform, but actually it was a political program.
How else should it have been done? How do you recover stolen property? There is no way that you can recover stolen property except to take it from the person that has stolen it from you.
The unintended consequences were a huge drop in productivity and eventually a virtual food crisis.
What we have, even the president regretted it during his 91 years birthday interview with the state broadcaster, that I think we allocated people big portions of land that they were not able to farm.
Some say Mugabe's original idea was a good one.
Since the majority of our people depend on the land for sustenance and livelihood, we need to ensure they have access to the land and that Africa's vast agricultural potential is fully harnessed. The land reform program that my government embarked upon since the year 2000, was precisely meant to achieve this.
He was to compensate white farmers and have many teach the new tenants how to farm. But local politics and unkept pledges of financial help from the British government doomed the program to failure.
The idea of redistributing the land was not a bad idea. It was the right idea. It had to happen. The problem was in the execution of that idea. Now, the British government under Tony Blair pledged to help Mugabe and Zimbabwe in terms of paying off the white farmers. So they would not kick them off the land, they would compensate them for the land. And then at some point, shortly afterwards, the British government and Tony Blair backed out of making those payments.
So it was triggered by, partially by the British government, the Labour government washing its hands of historical issues in Zimbabwe.
2 decades after he was whispered to be in contention for the Nobel Peace Prize for his lofty words calling for unity and decrying racism, Mugabe was now vilified as a racist by many.
I'm third generation Zimbabwean. Where else is there to go? This is home. And we accepted the hand of reconciliation back in 1980. And what happened in 2000 is 20 years on. We rebuilt this nation, and we didn't do it on our own. Right? We did it with a very competent workforce on the farms. So, you know, saying that this was white commercial agriculture is racist.
But he was still popular amongst most of Zimbabwe's population. He had won the 1990 polls, the first to directly elect the president, with 83% of the popular vote. In 1996, he pulled 90% of the ballots cast. He had arrested one of his opponents. The other, a Catholic bishop, had tried to pull out during the final days to challenge the electoral system in court. Still, by 2002, he held off a strong opposition rival, Morgan Tsvangirai of the Movement for Democratic Change, by 14 percentage points. But the 2008 vote would see his leadership nearly rejected for the first time by his country. Robert Mugabe's golden years appeared to be in jeopardy.
Yes. Distance, please. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Today is, as I have always stated, is a very historic moment for all of us. The whole basis of national confidence had been undermined. We saw an elite enriching itself at the expense of the people. And there were so many sectors of the Zimbabwean society which were seeing Mugabe centralizing power rather than allowing the freedoms that people fought for and sacrificed so much.
We lost lots of seats in 2008, and I lost quite many seats. I got 43%. I know the reason, but we have been correcting all this. And Gweru was also meant to ensure that our scenes of omission and commission.
Mugabe's relationship with the West had deteriorated with the campaign against white-owned farms. Vilification in the press was followed by snubs at international events.
Komboyatswa, a collection of shanty shacks on the edge of Harare. This is the Zimbabwe Robert Mugabe doesn't want the outside world to see.
Snubs were followed by economic sanctions. The European Union in 2002, the United States in 2003, and even Australia has laid penalties against the Mugabe regime.
The British are calling for regime change, that I must.
Specific organizations, specific state entities that are really meant to be providing a service.
His pride was damaged. Honorary degrees he had been given were revoked by the University of Massachusetts, Michigan State in the US, and the famed University of Edinburgh. By 2008, his British knighthood was also taken away, and his country's economy was in ruins. At independence, the Zimbabwe dollar was worth more than the US dollar. In late 2008, the US dollar would fetch 2,600,000,000 Zimbabwe dollars. Hyperinflation had ruined the economy. Sanctions certainly had a lot to do with this. But at some point, the international community and locals lost confidence in the economy, and it came crashing down. Between 1 million and 5 million Zimbabweans work in South Africa. They went looking for better prospects, even as taxi drivers and waiters, despite good educations. Nixon Sibanda went to South Africa 20 years ago. He has since become a successful media consultant and business owner.
I honestly do not think that I'm going to be able to go back to Zimbabwe. I visit, I've got family here, my kids are here. South Africa has become my home. Zimbabwe is my ancestral home. I'll go to visit, I'll go to for holidays, but my life is now going to be based here in South Africa. I can contribute and give things towards the Zimbabwean economy, but my life is going to be rooted here going forward.
Other transplanted Zimbabweans have similar stories.
I came to South Africa because the Zimbabwean economy has gone down, no jobs, no money, no, even food is scarce That's why we came to South Africa to look for better environment, better jobs.
Most would like to go back eventually.
We love our country. We love our Zimbabwe, but right now we can't say we can just go right now because the situation is too tough.
I would like to go back to Zim because home is always sweet. We need to go. I really want to go back to Zim, but not now when the situation is like this. But I'm hoping things will change very soon.
Zimbabwe is home. You know, there's nothing as sweet as home, right? The turnaround of the economy, I mean, is one big factor that will actually like draw me back home. Yeah, if there is an opportunity for me to survive, well, that will actually enable me to, you know, to be home in an environment that I feel much more comfortable in.
At the height of the economic problems in 2008, another presidential election was held. Robert Mugabe was facing his biggest challenge since prison 45 years ago.
You are our soldiers. You have a battle to fight. Go into that battle well armed. Go into that battle with the full knowledge that there is a political enemy.
He was not feeling loved, but he was not giving up. Despite allegations of massive fraud and intimidation by the opposition, results were not in his favor. After holding on to the ballots for more than a month, the Electoral Commission announced that Morgan Tsvangirai was ahead 47.9% to Mugabe's 43.2%. With the opposition leader not gaining a majority, a runoff was held. Tsvangirai boycotted the vote, claiming he was cheated out of the first-round victory. Mugabe won by a landslide, but there was more to come. With the Movement for Democratic Change, Tsvangirai's party, controlling the parliament, Mugabe was coaxed to make a power-sharing agreement. Tsvangirai would become prime minister, Mugabe would remain president. They would both work to try and revive the country's economy.
I didn't trust him. He didn't trust me. Although for him the burden was more on him as an elder to reassure me that he meant well, that there was need for us to talk. I would say initially that I went there with the idea of defining the path rather than establishing any personal relations. At the end of the dinner, which lasted almost 2.5 hours, there was an understanding that the nation needed to be rescued and that both of us needed to play our responsibility in order to save the nation.
This is our country together, and we will be together. Win or lose, we will still be there as a family together. And tomorrow and tomorrow will produce more elections to be won, to be lost. And let's teach our people that these elections are not boxing matches. They are elections to choose leaders.
Mugabe had survived, and despite a seemingly hopeless task for rebuilding his country's wrecked financial fortunes, he was still in power. In 2009, the unity government abandoned the Zimbabwe dollar and started to use the US dollar as the official currency. This put a stop to hyperinflation. It also enforced some discipline. The government couldn't just print money when it needed some. It was pay as you go. They couldn't spend more than they had. At one point, the Treasury said it had $217 left. But things have started to change. The 2015 Economic Freedom Index says Zimbabwe has improved its score in each of the last 5 years, with big gains in monetary freedom and the control of government spending. Still, it ranks last in economic freedom in sub-Saharan Africa. While the economy appears to be rising modestly, Mugabe's political stock has become more solid. In 2013, he easily topped Changarai, pulling 61% of the votes cast.
In a democratic society, what you do is you allow the people to vote for their leader. Now, you shouldn't then say that why is it that Zimbabweans continue voting for Robert Mugabe? It's because they believe in his policies. And really, anybody that moves forward with that argument is really a non-democrat.
And Mugabe is again feeling like he hopes his education will continue to help him make good economic and political decisions as new challenges arise. And he hopes his experience will keep him in power as long as his health remains strong. But he will remain controversial.
To me, Robert Mugabe invokes very conflicting emotions.
Truly African. Truly African.
It's 19 hours GMT here in the capital, Accra. My name is David Otokuno Ato, and this is Newsbreak Live from our studios here at Abelempi. Good evening and welcome to the program. Tonight, the Supreme Court rules against, Supreme Court of Ghana rules against the use of current voters' identification card as a breeder document for the compilation of a new voters register. Also coming up tonight, Concerned Frontline Health Workers Caution Electoral Commission says the compilation of the new voters register will lead to mass infections of COVID-19. Plus, parts of Accra thrown into states of pain and fear after repeated earth tremors Wednesday night. Details of these stories and others coming up shortly. Please stay. Welcome back. Newsbreak is live on Facebook at Pan-African Television. You can also reach out for me at Atos Watch, also on Facebook. Let's do our first story for this evening. We go to the Supreme Court, where it has rendered a landmark judgment today. Now, the Supreme Court has ruled against the use of the current voters' identification card as a breeder document. This decision by the Supreme Court gives the Electoral Commission the mandate to compile the new voters' card, or the new voters register. Now, earlier on today, the court took its decision, and our reporter Maud Anani was there and filed this report.
The National Democratic Congress sued the Electoral Commission at the Supreme Court over a decision to compile of a new voters register ahead of the 2020 election. The NDC was seeking an order to stop the EC from compiling a new voters register and an alternative order declaring as legal the decision of the EC not to consider the old voter ID card as a proof of citizenship for registration to vote. But the Apex Court gave them a directive to make a choice on which of their two reliefs they wanted a decision on. In its final judgment, the Supreme Court, in its consequential orders, ordered all stakeholders and the Ghanaian eligible voters to comply with the Article 42 and 45 of the Constitution and the Public Election Regulations 2020 CI 126 as regulated by the Electoral Commission. There was, however, a disagreement between the opposition NDC and the AG's office over whether or not the court allowed the use of the existing voters' ID card. NDC General Secretary Johnson Esiedu Nketia, in an interview with the media, was confident the court had ruled in the party's favor.
To be registered and to exercise his or her powers. And so the court couldn't have gone back on its own earlier ruling. And it did also admit that the right to vote, once it accrues to a person, cannot be taken back in a whimsical and capricious manner in which the Electoral Commission sought to do. So we want to thank you very much, and we'll get back to you when we are in office.
So that's what happened at the Supreme Court earlier on in the day. General Secretary of the NDC speaking to the fact that they feel that the verdict went in favor of the National Democratic Congress. But, you know, across the country, there's been several or different interpretations to this particular judgment from the Supreme Court. Others think that it ruled in favor of the NDC, and that giving the chance or giving the background not to give the Electoral Commission the opportunity to, you know, go ahead to compile the new voters register. So let's seek a better interpretation from a lawyer who would give us what the Supreme Court actually, you know, meant by this judgment. I'm joined on the line by lawyer Michael Atadazi. Good evening, sir, for your time. Good evening. Hello.
Good evening, sir.
All right, lawyer, good evening. Thank you so much for joining us. What do you make of the judgment by the Supreme Court today in granting the Electoral Commission the mandate to go ahead and compile a new voters register?
Thank you very much, and I would like to extend warm greetings to your listeners. I think Supreme Court in its ruling today is very clear that the Electoral Commission has the mandate to compile a new voters register. If I may take all of us through the reliefs.
Okay, please do.
For relief one, it was for a declaration that EC can only compile the register once and has no power to prepare a fresh register. And this was what was withdrawn and was struck out. To all declared that it is power to compile and review CI 126. So yes, you can review, compile and review, register with regard to the rights of every eligible voter to vote. It is subject, but subject to the new CI 126. We need 3 words for a declaration that upon registering and being issued a voter ID card, a person has an accrued right to vote, which cannot be taken away in an arbitrary and capricious manner. The Supreme Court said yes, upheld it, but said it was subject to a voter ID issued under the new CI 126. The reform was for a declaration that all existing voter ID cards are valid for identifying persons in the exercise of the right to vote. The Supreme Court denied that. Relief.
Okay.
The fact granted. Relief 5, declaration that the new CI exclusion of existing voter ID card as proof of identification is unconstitutional and innovative. The court refused that relief. That prayer was denied.
Okay.
Relief 6, a declaration that DP excluding the existing voter ID card from proof of identification is arbitrary, etc., etc. The court refused that. Relief 7 was for a declaration that proof of identification should not be limited to what the new CI is. The court denied that.
Okay.
The last relief was from order that the AP must include all existing voter ID cards as one of the documents given as proof of identification. This until the Supreme Court denied it. The import of this provision is the fact that, yes, every eligible Ghanaian voter at the end of 18 years now.
Lawyer, if you can reposition yourself better for me, we're having some breakage in the line.
Pardon?
If you can reposition yourself a bit for me.
Okay, fine. So the Supreme Court clearly by that. 1. Every eligible Ghanaian of 18 years and above has the right to register. But then the registration requirements are subject to CI 126.
Okay.
And the CI 126 says you can register with national identification card, passport, or what you don't have either of these documents to vote people who can vouch and then have a guarantee for your registration.
Okay.
Apart from that, anybody who has registered and has obtained a new voter ID card can then guarantee for another person to register.
Okay.
So that's the import of the ruling of the Supreme Court ruling today.
Okay. Now, so the ruling is basically centered on the new CI, that's CI 126, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the option to use the old voters registration card, was ruled out emphatically.
Yes, it was denied.
It was denied.
That relief was denied.
Okay, so
and the Supreme Court subsequently made consequential orders.
Yes.
One of it was that EC was adhered strictly to the provisions in CI 126.
Okay.
Among other consequential orders.
All right. I think the consequential orders were 3. One is to it's ordering all stakeholders and the Ghanaian eligible voters, directing them to comply with Articles 4.2 and 4.5 of the Constitution. All right. So that's the first one. Then the second one.
But if you look at it, the main one was to the fact that there should be a strict compliance with the provisions in CI 126.
Okay. All right. Okay. So We'll leave it at, right here for that. Maybe perhaps we'll get back to you later for better explanation of this ruling to us. Thank you so much for your time. I've been speaking to lawyer Dadzi. He's been trying to make a better opinion on the judgment from the Supreme Court today. I'm reliably informed that the National Democratic Congress is around this time holding a press conference on the judgment from the Supreme Court. We are monitoring this development and will let our viewers know what transpires at that particular press conference. But as it stands currently, the Supreme Court has spoken, and the judgment is based on the CI 126 that has stricken out, or that goes with the new Ghana card, and then the passport and references from 2 other persons. That is what the judgment from the Supreme Court, according to the interpretations that we are having. We'll wait for other interpretations as the days unfold. We'll take a quick break. When I come back, more stories ahead. Please stay.
The court had ruled in the
breakfast good day, every day.
Nestle, good food, good life.
Breakfast good day, every day. Every day.
Nestle, good food, good life.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Welcome back to Newsbreak. Now let's do other stories away from the Supreme Court judgment, even though related. Now the Ministry of Trade and Industry has announced enhanced restrictions or protocols at all workplaces. This comes at the height of increasing confirmed cases of COVID-19 across the country. At the mid-the-press briefing, the Trade and Industry Minister, Alan Tremanting, announced the protocols for different work groups. First of all, this one is for the various factories across the country.
For retail outlets and shopping malls, we have to regulate the number of customers who enter that retail outlet and shopping mall. And also, you are supposed to use floor markings inside the shopping areas to facilitate compliance with physical distance. And also, you're supposed to introduce plexiglass barriers at the tills and counters as an additional level of protection for staff. In addition to that, we must encourage the use of digital payment systems which will limit the handling and use of cash. We must provide wipes or other forms of sanitization for customers to clean the handles of shopping trolleys and baskets. Or in place of that, you must assign specific staff who will disinfect the handles of shopping trolleys after each use. This pandemic might be living with us for a very long time. And so we have to start encouraging ourselves to use online and tele-shopping.
All right, so those enhanced protocols are supposed to be, enforced at the various factories and other industrial outlets across the country. Now, for the retail shops and shopping malls, they also have a new enhanced protocols to be observed at these particular workplaces. Let's move away from that development and move into something that happened and caused fear and panic across the country. Now, a 4.0 magnitude on the Richter scale, earth tremor, threw residents of some parts of Accra into a state of fear and panic. According to the United States Geological Survey, the tremor stretched over a 10-kilometer depth around 10:30 p.m. and occurred at 6 kilometers from Bawe. That's on the 24th of June this year. That's Wednesday last night. The tremors occurred 3 times in the space of 10 minutes and shook buildings, causing panic. Now, we've been trying to find out exactly what caused these tremors across the country, parts of Accra. The last time we heard of these tremors was in 1939. Let's go over the phone line and speak to a security expert and find out what these mean, or if there are any implications on some security issues. I'm joined on the phone lines by Dr. Norman for more details. Good evening, sir. Good evening, Doc.
Good evening.
All right, thanks for joining us. Now, can you just give us a little background as to what transpired yesterday?
Oh, I mean, nobody knows the background of why the tectonic plate moved yesterday, because it's an activity which is occurring all the time. So not even seismologists can tell you what caused it.
Right.
What we know is that the earth plate, not just the plate that forms Africa, but the whole world, the earth plates are constantly moving. And so that is what happened. That is why we have 470 incidents of tremors yesterday alone in the world.
Okay, now should we sit up as a country? Because the last time, according to records, was in 1939. Now we've had last night we had about 3 consecutive times of the tremor in a space of about 10 minutes. Is there cause to be worried? Are we, or should we prepare for a major earth tremor or earthquake in the near future?
I think we should. We should, but we don't know when it will happen. And so from the point of view of disaster preparedness, the nation is sitting in a very vulnerable position when it comes to our geographical location. And for that reason, it should be part of our national security preparedness, not only a show of force and weapons, but also earthquake preparedness, so that in case we have such an eventuality, we'll be able to handle. And it starts with making sure that the buildings are properly built to withstand, to become more resilient, to withstand earthquake and tremors.
All right, but if you look at the current protocols and, preparedness of Ghana, do we have any such, protocols or preparedness when it comes to earthquakes and such tremors? Is there any guidelines or protocols?
We have all risk preparedness plans, but the problem with all risk preparedness plans for all emergencies is that it makes you jack of all trades and master of none.
Okay, so what will you recommend now that we are, we've experienced these incidents? What would be your recommendation that government should, pursue in the immediate future?
Could you please repeat the question? There's so much echo.
I'm asking what would be your recommendation to government, to pursue?
What would be what?
Your recommendation.
Oh, recommendations. Well, right now, the houses that are standing, the housing stock have already been built. I understand that the Vice President recently launched building code. There has to be enforcement of the building code, particularly in relation to making sure the stock that we produce going forward are more resilient. But I doubt if we have the discipline as a nation to ensure that the proper thing is done in terms of building new buildings for making sure they are more earthquake resilient, because we don't seem to have the ability to sustain any kind of protocol over a long period of time.
I was just coming to that because if you go into parts of Accra, you realize there's, so many high-rise buildings are springing up across, the country. Do you think that they are right?
There's so much noise in the background from your feed. I can't hear you.
I'm asking, when you look into Accra now, you see a lot of high-rise buildings. Do you think these, structures are coming up with, resilience when it comes to earth tremors and earthquakes? Do you think that we should develop a policy for those areas?
Okay, the purposefully built high-rise buildings, like the Pentagon, they are well built. There is nobody that can argue with that. The problem is not the foundational structure. The problem is with the floors of those high-rise buildings. They tend to use pre-stress beams with block infill, and then they cast very light, about 2 inches of concrete on it. That is where the problem is, because the moment the building sways a little bit, then the pre-stress beam may give off. The block infill are actually hollow block infill.
Okay.
And so that is truly where the danger is. And I believe that in an earthquake of 7.5, God forbid, in an earthquake of 7.5 magnitude on the Richter scale, we will have a lot of floors caving in, and the outer structure and the beams won't stand.
Okay.
Because those are well built.
Okay.
But the infill, the floors are the real issues.
Okay. Now, before, in less than 1 minute, can you advise, our viewers when it comes to such earth tremors and earthquakes? What should we do? I found myself wanting last night. What do you think that we can do? Because there's no national policy regards that direction. What can people do when there's an earthquake or an earth tremor?
Okay. One of the best ways that you can do is in every home, there is a fortified area of every home where there are beams, and that's what we call confined masonry, especially if you live in block or concrete houses. If you have a staircase, under the staircase, oftentimes this is a well fortified space. If you have concrete floors, anywhere that you have your concrete floors, above floors, then especially if you live in a 2 or 3 story building, wherever there's concrete floor, especially the ground floor, any concrete cover will be a good place for you to hide. But please, if you live in a brick house or block house, don't hide under your dining hall wooden table when there's effort, because it's just wood, and one block falling onto it will crack it open. Okay. So Don't go to the internet and just download any kind of earthquake preparedness or safety measures that are designed for wooden houses in America and Europe and other places. Look for the protocols that are designed for concrete. So Turkey will be a good place if you can get access to safety protocols in Turkey, because most of their houses are built with block and bricks. So for the short time that we have, this is all that I can say.
Thank you so much, Doc, for your time. I've been speaking to Dr. Norman. He is a security analyst, research into earth tremors and earthquakes, advising you on what to do when it comes to issue about earthquakes across the country. Thank you so much for your time. My name is David Otokuno-Ato. Newsbreak returns tomorrow. Meanwhile, there's more news at our Facebook page, Pan-African Television. Up next is Amma Pratt with The Couch. Please stay.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Breakfast good day, every day.
Nestle. Good food, good life.
This advertisement has been vetted and
Breakfast good day, every day.
every day.
Nestle. Good food, good life.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Truly African.
Classic.
All right. Paul. See, I've talked to friends, cousins. You guys have said different things, but, I can understand one thing from what you guys are telling me. Let me know if I'm correct. See, I met so many babes, jealous of their friends, used to the heartache, so they've given up on men. But what is depressing is the older they get, and whenever they meet a man, they're already planning out the wedding. See the pressure from their nosy family members. Busy, when did you last date? I'm trying to remember. She too will front, like what difference does it make? But she's always at receptions and she catches the bouquet, asking me if it's fate. I don't know what to tell her. She told her pastor she's lonely, he told her to go and pray. Guy, that's the problem that we face. We want to skip girlfriend and go straight to fiancé. So I pray for my sisters, cousins, ex-lovers, this girl, that girl, even divorced mothers. Smile, toast with some Chardonnay. I have to see you when we're spraying on a Saturday.
Brother, you go marry me, oh. See me see trouble. When you go marry me, oh. See we've been dating for many years now. You want to leave me, follow for last. See me see trouble. You go marry me, oh. Today, 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 today.
No, I know one no story. I can't befriend you if you don't propose to me. If you didn't know, whoa, I borrow me to marry me, oh young. Multi-federal go physically. You know I'm not a small girl. You know my age, even Bola we no find self. She don't engage, we not work. She me don't call me phone, don't call me honey. If we will not go for honeymoon, if you don't pick a date, we might not get to date. Don't get it twisted, it's not like I'm desperate. I just have a life plan and it's getting late. I want to be a Mrs. by the time I'm 28. Brother John said the Lord said his wife is me. But that vision is for only his eyes to see. I want a man that is handsome and God-fearing. If he can love me with his heart and I'm not sharing.
Brother, you go marry me, oh. you they tell me, oh. Shit, you they tell me we will go Miami when we go see mommy, oh. Yeah. Why they do me so? All of my friends and don't marry go. Right now my brother I'm 28. All of me boys know they call my game.
Baby, I'm loving all the love that you've shown. Every time you come in and we talk on the phone. See, man cannot be a boss on his own. You need somebody to give you support on the throne. Oh, if you ready, pop the question and go. I'm like, what do you mean? She said, stop, Joe, you know. So are you saying I don't find me so? Let me high class and I'm all like passing and go. Well, me and you was just an incident. We can't be sleeping together because we dream different. I'm even thinking that you're still decent. You're irritating, man. I'm still Vincent. My last boyfriend is still recent. I was happy and love was a ingredient. Yeah, so for me this dating thing is dead. He broke my heart, yeah, repeating all the things he said.
See me see trouble, brother you go marry me, oh. See me see trouble, when you go marry me, oh. See we've been dating for many years now. You want to leave me for love, for last. See me see trouble, you go marry me, oh. Today, 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 today. Classic.
Sugar daddy.
This BK Soul from
I got a girl, she a London thing. She wanna roll and smoke one thing. I want to give her a diamond ring, but she say other girls like my thing. She make my heart beat say like say boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to bloom bloom. When we done we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. I rap on your thing, but we move. Even you where they catch my cruise. You know the vibes, you know the groove. Only why they miss my boo. She make my heart beat say like say boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to bloom bloom. When we done we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. I got a girl, she a London thing. She wanna roll and smoke one thing. I want to give her a diamond ring, but she say other girls like my thing. She make my heart beat say like say boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to bloom bloom. When we done we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. Say cheese, take a picture. Shaka pose, make I see, take a picture. She make my heart beat say like say boom boom. Next time you're gonna take you to bloom bloom. When we done we go home and boom boom. Hop on the wagon, baby say vroom vroom.
This BK Soul from Timber.
Shall it be like EL, they do small? After GMA, know the boy lost. He be long pause, so he won't stop. After all the bar, now he no force. I hear say beef sack and stone boy. Oh, no be me I talk, bet you know boys. He the same self, you know be his own voice. He get money by now, he buy Rolls Royce. Yeah, superstar, you they stay with your parents. For spin text, party know they pay rents. But I know on them times where they paint. Every day, boys, he be gay, Love me, cry, what did they mean, say? Every slave queen, they go DM. He they rush, why, way be the meanest. When this song, they top, no, they be said. Yeah, never home, bang. Boys, cast up on what I do them. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie, man, never home, bang. Yeah, never home, bang. Boys, cast up on what I do them. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie, man, never home, bang. Hardcore rapper, we be DB. When we hear a story for DC, 10 times EL, it be funny self. Nothing where he gets, it be family. What he do, they go do for Yankee. You know they like show for a country. Today Yankee, tomorrow hungry. Catfish, alien family. Follow me, when you see the dread for in head top. Tattoo for in hand and in chest up. It be the drug, it they do, they make it mess up. Cause I hear say they smoke like exhaust. So let me do this, let me do that. Let me do hits, let me do rap. What I walk like, the way I they talk like. You know they say I they talk about your life. Oh wow. Never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do then. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man, never home bang. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do then. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man, never home bang. Can I hear work waiting no day? I know say all day you be home base. New batter no cook back but no fair. You 10 areas sabilo, okay. Hey, every day you get headline. If you talk them a matter then go vex that. You biz them 2+2 then go get 5. If this song vex you, Charlie F foul. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do then. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man never home bang. Yeah, never home bang. Boys cast up on what I do then. Come check which one be your mother. Charlie man never home bang.
You know, like, I mean you for him.
Tumeli la beta. Unono ngizo tumeli la beta. Ugote wela bi. Aungiti ugote wela bi. Unono ngizo tumeli la beta. Unono ngizo tumeli la beta. Mangfona utala utolakali ukuthi ngduka nezwe ngikhumbula umalavi athi ngibuli data ngikinte kwasapi awesanda nene ngizama ngifona utala utolakali ukuthi ngduka nezwe ngikhumbula umalavi athi ngibuli data ngikinte kwasapi ugote wela bi ugote wela bi ngono ngizo tumeli la beta ngono ngizo tumeli la beta ugote wela bi aungiti ugote wela bi ngono ngizo tumeli la beta ngono ngizo tumeli la beta Nituba no besofu Mukshiyi kutumala keta makaza Nituba no besofu Mukshiyi kutumala keta makaza Hali wa mingokwa isimo Ngisama swing ngiyasebenza ukuzenlela ndile Hali wa mingokwa isimo Ngisama is a tumeli love letter. Ngono is a tumeli love letter. Ugute wela bi, awungithi ugute wela bi. Ngono is a tumeli love letter. Ngono is a tumeli love letter. Tumeli love letter. Ngono is a tumeli love letter. Ugute wela bi, awungithi ugute wela bi. Ngono is a tumeli love letter. Ngono is a tumeli love letter. Tumeli love letter. Ngono is a tumeli love letter.
Me cut down on me training responsibility. See me now, so Maswa obi do bana kuma ni crazy me three so. Me mo pera mbetiti entemu de bi de me ni so do you way. Oh I never them jealous me, yeah. Cause she love me alone and you don't want no two I see, yeah. Me so me pe Sarah only you I dey see, yeah. Me no see no other girl, all them one way I rushing on me DM. Ba 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 bam bam bang bang. Also brush up on some many. Into the eye. Also brush up on some many. Also brush up on some many. You and yeah, she me mama. Say me who and yeah, she me mama. Say me who and yeah. I wanna make you know, say you be special or that you know be wholesale. My love for you, where they make me wanna take you to the promised land like Moses. They say who say, they never know say. I never listen to no hearsay. They say who say, they never know say. Forever together we'll stay. Oh, I tell them say you and me will leave. Oh. See my shoulder, girl, come lean on. Girl, my loving knows no season, it is unconditional. Yeah. So if I never met you, what would I say? I saw brought your phone, Sabe, many. Into the eye. Also brought your phone, Sabe, many. Also brought your phone, Sabe, many. The origination and the foundation of the Afrobeat music we have today. This one is taken from the
Truly African.
Hello, good evening. Welcome to the couch. My name is Amma Pratt. Lovely Thursday evening, hard talk edition of the show. I'm excited. I hope you're excited too. Now, on Saturday, just this past Saturday, the MPP held its primaries. Very eventful day, very eventful happenings. We on the show, however, on the couch, have not had opportunity to sit and have a conversation about it. You know, because of the way we have structured our days. And so today, being the hard talk edition of the show, today is the day to deal with the MPP primaries. Let's look at this issue of votes buying. Let's look at the issue of the most of the incumbents, 41 of them, of the incumbent MPs losing their seats. Let's look at this issue of not observing COVID-19 protocols, which the president himself, had set out. Let's look at all of these issues, plus all the ones that you would bring up this evening, and have a big conversation. What I'm simply asking you to do is to use our WhatsApp line, or send us a view or a comment on our Facebook page, and I promise we'll add all of that to this conversation. What is it about the MPP primaries that really got you thinking? What are the issues you want us to talk about this evening? Please, this will be the time to send all those views, comments, and questions to our WhatsApp line or our Facebook page, so we address those issues. Welcome to the show once again, and forgive us for the late start in the show. My guest this evening is a family member. Here at African TV. If you watch us, you know him. He's one of us. Wuji, hello.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
It's nice to see you again. You're a little down today. What's wrong?
No, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Was it an earth tremor yesterday?
Oh. It was scary, Mom. It was very scary. It was scary, yeah. I thought there was some heavy truck moving. I didn't know. Well, the way it was, so I said, wow. And they are saying we should stay at home, but people forced to come out because of the fear. Some came out from their rooms and all those things. So it was scary. It was scary. And I think travel far. So, but we are good. Yeah. God is always good.
Absolutely.
So,
Welcome again.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. Now, let's look at, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
The fact that you're able to hold your primaries. At the end of the day, you have your winners, you have your losers.
Yeah.
I say this all the time. The fact that something happens alone is not an easy thing.
Yeah.
Months of planning, preparing, dealing with people, putting everything together.
Yeah.
And so the fact that it's all happened, I'll say congratulations.
Thank you. Right. That has always been the New Patriotic Party. When you are talking of politics in Ghana, we are the peace setters. So we always set the peace for the others to follow. So, and this is not our first time that we have organized successful primaries across the length and breadth of this country. Even with COVID, this election would have come earlier than this, but because we were hit with the coronavirus pandemic and subsequent the president directive, restriction on public gathering, being as a law-abiding political party in the country, we have no option than to put the primaries on hold. So when the these restrictions were slightly eased, then we felt that we have to find a way of organizing the primaries. Usually at the constituency level, what we do is that we bring all the polling stations, the electorate, the voters, to one particular point to do the voting and elect the candidates. But because of the numbers, you can't gather to a large group. So we have to do it at the electoral area level. So which we also thank the Electoral Commission. So they also help us to reduce to reduce the numbers. So, but largely it was successful. So I want to use this opportunity to commend the leadership of the party at the national level, the regional level, and the constituency level. By all in all, it was successful. So as you've also indicated. So, but I am not surprised because we have done it before.
I didn't say all that. I want us to now analyze the success of the.
So I'm taking the win out of anyway, but
because it's happened. I'm congratulating you because it's happened.
Yeah. I want us to talk about. Anyway, we'll go into details of it. I'm not running away. We'll go into details of it. But
let's get there. Let's talk immediately about vote buying.
Yeah. Thank you very much. You see, after the elections on Saturday, last Saturday on the 20th of this month, what came out prominent among the issues that will be discussion in one of the issues is the issue of introducing money or material things to induce delegates to vote in certain directions. And candidly, I will not sit here to dispute the fact that
you don't even have a choice to dispute. Sorry, I'm cutting you, but I just wanted us to watch this short, video from what happened, on.
But I think that is not in contention.
No, let's have a look at it.
No, but for the purpose of your viewers, for the purpose of your viewers, I don't have a problem.
So viewers, just in case you haven't seen any of the footages, this is something for you to see for yourself. Exactly what happened on Saturday.
Now we use just margin. So I check 300 pieces, and I say 400 pieces. You just imagine the cost. Mama envelope and report for the mom. Now I say buy Canadian. Motuma we have that about so. Now you really good at it. I don't want it. I am not here. May say, open here. The attorney will send that. I'm precisely how you. Mimtend it here. The idea was so actually. After a man lose to try, and it's a margin. Meaning, the idea was so actually. That was what you know. Sabi, on permit, hey. The book also, actually. And then I'm a sorry, this is not a repetition with the bike in there. They are around 250 to 300, close to the certificate, almost 300 pieces. And they go out. Here, Marco, and 90 the woman, a 20% answer. Yeah, I said the remaining portion, and no boy, I do my. There, you pay your best.
Back from the break, huh? Wow.
Yeah. So I've also seen what your people have shown. So yes. So, but as I was saying, so a lot of things went in, and prominent among them is the issue of using money or material things to induce delegates to vote in certain.
Let's talk about some of the things that were used.
Oh, money, you just have shown bicycles, which they are even talking now.
Dollars.
I haven't seen dollars. Maybe you are telling me. Because, or you can show dollars too. I haven't seen dollars. No, but if you say money, it can be the local currency. It can also be but whatever it is, let's situate it. Money was also. I'm not a delegate, so I can't substantiate to that. But what I know largely is there were money exchanges of money, aspirants giving delegates money. But let's be very factual to ourselves. There's a subculture, political culture in our body politics that didn't start today. And I will urge and plead that we all as people and as Ghanaians, especially the political actors in this country, had to pause and have a real look at it, because it will not help us. That is why our laws frown upon some of these things that are going on, to use money to induce delegates or voters to vote in certain direction. It is not accepted by the laws of this land.
How about the laws of your party? How about the constitution of your party?
But you know, all political party constitutions and corporate constitution are in tandem to the constitution of the Republic of Ghana. So if your constitution is against the laws, then it means that it will not be accepted.
So what's your party doing about this?
I think that we have just come out of election. People are talking about it. Some of the delegates, people have seen. And I can assure you that the party will take a decision. Even when you listen to the General Secretary in some of your sister stations, they were thinking that the Electoral College, when I say Electoral College, those people that are supposed to constitute the body, the delegates, to elect to vote in some of these local elections.
About them having to be a larger
number. As for instance, if we have a constituency that you have about 500 members, how can we increase it to 1,000? Yes. And the logic here is that the more you increase it, it serves a disincentive to even the contestants and the candidate itself. Even if you are going to give, how much are you going to give? Supposing maybe if they are 400, that is a sizable number that one can deal with. But if you are 1,000, in the thousands, it will be difficult, or 1,500, it will be difficult for you maybe to say maybe I can give 1,000 Ghana cedi each delegate, 1,500. That would be a lot of money. And I think that it will be difficult for candidates to resort to that. But I think that in the end, steps will have to be taken by the party, not only the New Patriotic Party and other, because it's not a peculiar to only
up the scales.
Yeah.
I think that this time really
but that is how it has been. I've been a constituency secretary before. Our time, when they come around, they give us, they used to call it TNT. For instance, I have to drive from Kasua to Pan Africa to come to a meeting that an aspirant is coming to meet me. In the wisdom of the aspirant knows that, oh, Mujib is coming from Kasua. I might have used maybe 50 Ghana to buy fuel in my car, or use money to take trotro to come to Ablempe for the program. So when I'm going, maybe you give me something 100 Ghana or 200 Ghana to get my fuel, and then buy what I can eat and water and go back. You see, that is human nature. But our time it was, but it is true that it has been taking different proportions. As time goes, we go into elections, things, what they use and the money increases depending on. But it is not the best. We all have to condemn it and find a way. And there are reasons.
The election. Do you think that it influences the election?
To some extent, in some areas it did influence. In some areas too, it didn't. But largely, to summarize it, money and material things influences elections. It's very, very important. I won't sit here and deny that fact. It influences election. If it doesn't, then people would have stopped. Both the NDC, MPP, and the other smaller parties, when they are going to contest for regional positions and national positions, the things they do, the money they give and things, they would have stopped if indeed it was not helping.
How about the other way around?
Yeah.
Because personally, I feel appalled by it. Right? Because I'm asking myself, how are these people amassing so much so that they can give each delegate $1,200? That's a lot of, and that's money you don't
I think let me expatiate that.
Hold on 1 second. I'm looking at it in this other way. Because of this, the MPP as a political party can put me off.
Yeah.
I said, look at them.
Yeah.
You just came to power. And look at how you are misusing money.
Yeah. No, but you see.
How about that?
No, but don't jump. If you want to bring in, you can bring in because they are related. Because if I was running on the ticket of MPP, but it's because number one, I am a good member and of good standing. That is why the party allowed me to go and contest on behalf of it. But it doesn't mean that the party which is run and the headquarters is in Accra here has given out money to individual candidates. No. the party doesn't do that. But the fact that
no,
I'm coming to your point. But the fact that I am a candidate, I am a member of the party first, and I'm running on behalf of the party, wherever I'm able to mobilize my funds, people can just link it to...
In some instances, we can actually link it directly to government institutions. Some of them were CEO of state institutions.
That is different. That is also different. Maybe different. Maybe
some of them are winning contracts because of the party card that they have. We can't sit here and play.
No, but I'm not running away from that fact. But if I'm a CEO of a company, a government company, I am being paid. Maybe I have allowances. So for the first year that I'm there, if I have the mind that in the next 2 years I will be contesting, the reasonable thing I should do is to start saving some money.
Goodness, how much are your allowances?
That is
Such
also
that
the...
you can save enough to give each delegate $1,200.
But let me be very sincere with you, and let's open up the discussion.
Yes, let's have
in politics, there's number one thing is your links and the friendship you create as you are growing up. It is very, very important. And just like we are trying to condemn the act of monetization in our body politics, actors of the game, the politicians, have also come to realize that it is indeed required much to get to some point, especially that it has to do with elections. For instance, you can ask me, if you want to run as a president in this country, is it easy to run around across the length and breadth of this country? Let's even remove the idea. When I go, maybe some of the chiefs that I will go and greet, I'll give them snaps. As you know, our culture, maybe some people, the area I'm going to hold my campaigns, I have to pay the grounds, maybe the instruments I have to pay, the fuel, the accommodation, hotel accommodation, and all those things. It is not an easy tax at all. But that is the reason why that the laws are saying that political parties has to find a way of financing itself.
And this is completely different.
And I'm coming. And that, because I'll come to that.
Okay.
We all agree and say our laws are not working. That is why we have membership.
That's why I'm shocked that the incumbent party...
my phone is here. Is it 1202? Every month they deduct me, is it 5 CD or 2 CD? That goes to a New Patriotic Party headquarters account. I'm not the only one. Members who subscribed this in 2012, we have not hesitated. They are still deducting. It's a way of contributing. We've seen elections that held elsewhere, like for instance in America, when Obama was running elections. You saw how on the street people were contributing.
This is not the same thing.
Precisely. That is why we have to let the laws of the land work. Because the laws of the land frown upon some of these things. And that is why it is by law to file your annual returns at the Electoral Commission. All these things have to... the institutions are there and the laws are there. You have to tell them where you are getting money to run the political party. For instance, let me tell you, some parties, the New Patriotic, do you know they deduct some amount of money from every parliamentary member of parliament that is in parliament? They deduct, I don't know, I used to do, in 2015, 2014 was about 1,000 Ghana cedi. We were in occasion to fund to run the party at the party headquarters. That is genuine and legal, and that is a way of oiling the party to run.
But you yourself said it's not the party that give them the money for these estates.
No, but that is also...
These are from their individual, very deep pockets.
I'll be very frank with you on this topic.
For me,
the
fact that
this
is the incumbent party. This is the party in government. And so if anybody should be lawless, it shouldn't be you. You just took it all the way up. This is something that's been creeping in our politics. Everybody is complaining.
My dear, unless of course, madam, unless of course you are trying to narrow the discussion. Even if you were online this evening, you could have realized that there are other opposition members that are also saying that it is true that the monetization in our body politics is real. It means that it cuts across, which I'm collaborating. But what I want to say is that let's ask ourselves too, my dear. Let's be very open and save this country and save the individual. Number one, you'll be a qualified person with the requisite experience and knowledge to be able to contribute in the socio-economic development through parliament or other avenues. But because you are not financially sound, because you can't afford to dish out money to pay people, you will not be voted for. And that sense, we will not be doing a very good service to Mother Ghana. That is number one. But my dear, let's also ask ourselves, why are the delegates also demanding huge sums of money from people who are vying to go to parliament? So when ask some of them, when they win, as soon as they win 4 years, the people will not see them. My dear, what is MP? MP is representative. You have to, it's a dual way corner. You represent your people. That is, there's a fiduciary relationship between you and your constituents. So when they give you that opportunity, you are representing them in parliament. First, let's ask ourselves, when there are thorny issues in parliament that bothering about the future of the country, how many of them go back to the constituency and organize the people and say, these are the issues that we have to deal in parliament. What is your direction? What is your input? And when they come, they also have to contribute, because the law mandate them to contribute legislative in the law-making process. That is also number one. So when you come and you engage in only the law-making process, to the neglect of the relationship that you have with your constituents,
when the time comes to
you always suffer.
You know what? Here's my honest opinion. I think that delegates don't vote based on the money.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I mean, what do I know?
Yeah.
Right? But I think that delegates don't vote because we had all the interviews that were, conducted on Saturday.
Yeah.
I remember one woman saying here in an Federal's constituency,
Yeah.
she said he was the one person who came there and gave everybody something.
Yeah.
That I don't know if you heard that interview. That the rest of the delegates only gave some people.
Yeah.
She said she got a fund. Some other people did not get the fund. She's not complaining because she didn't get it. She got it, but she thinks that in principle it's wrong.
Okay.
So this woman is not, excuse my language, or lack of a better expression, she's not foolish.
Yeah.
She appreciates the issues. She appreciates her place in all of this as a delegate.
Yeah.
And I doubt if the money influenced her.
Yeah.
Because from the way she was sounding, she wasn't impressed by it.
Yeah.
She thought it was wrong. She took it. Because somehow she feels she's entitled to it. It's her money anyway.
Yeah.
But I don't think that it influences the elections in that sense. However, I think that it influences the elections in another sense. And that for me is this issue of corruption.
Yeah.
Where if I've spent so much, I have to recoup.
Yeah.
That's my issue.
No, but basically that is it. And that is why I started by saying that because the laws are not working, that is why the politicians are taking it and they are, when they act and did it, but they'll go with it. The point is, we all acknowledge the fact that here, when you are going to give each 1,000 Ghana cedi each to about 500 delegates, let's do the calculation. How much is that money? And as a legislature, how much is your pay? I hope you are getting the argument. So maybe you are going to the bank, or you've gone to the bank to borrow the money. Or maybe you have borrowed money from friends. As soon as you go and you get the nod to represent them in parliament, your focus is what? To recoup, pay the debt, and also make sure you don't leave yourself. Your self-preservation. That is what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. But you see, as we are moving, I think that when you look at the Constitution, 1992, I think Article 79, 78 thereabout, which is saying that 40% of ministers must come from members of parliament. That is depending on which party is in government.
There's a lot at stake, is what
that
you're
is
saying.
also could be the reason. I mean, all along. That is the reason why people have to kill to get to parliament. That is the point. Other than that, you ask yourself. So, I've been listening to other, we all, as we are discussing, we have friends who are MPs, members of parliament, not today, long time. I have a lot of MPs. Some are ministers, some are not ministers. And I can assess their situation. So I know their financial muscles. The one that is not a minister, it's difficult for him to even attend funerals and respond to some of the needs of his constituents. Because, why? We all know the situation. We've all been surviving. And we know how it is. Maybe if you are working at the end of the month and you are paid, and that is the only source of your income, you are in trouble.
You have to work magic.
You have to work magic.
But here's the thing. And we are all agreeing that this is a terrible thing. In fact, all of Ghana is up and I'm saying it's terrible. What's the MPP party doing about it?
No,
what are we doing about it?
No, but that is why I indicated to you that if you look at the commentary, and some of the people who hold position, national position, their comments, I am very happy because moving forward, steps will be taken to see how we can forestall and discourage some of these things. That is why I've mentioned the number or the idea of expanding the electoral college. Let me tell you, when we started in 2000 and...
How about punitive measures against members who have obviously flouted the laws?
The point is I'll come to that, I beg you. I was a constituency secretary in 2004 to 2009. By then, it was only 9 executives. Chairman, secretary, first vice, second vice, third vice, treasurer, women's organizer, and assistant secretary. That is all. If you recall, the 2007 presidential primaries of the New Patriotic Party, I don't know whether you can vividly recollect some of the happenings. So after the Congress, the party took a decision and said the electoral college for the presidential primaries has to be expanded because others felt that some majority of the party, people felt that no, the influence of delegates was too high. So because of the number, small sizable number, that was one of the reasons why we had to expand the electoral college. I think right from there, now those days we used to come to one point, even for the presidential candidate to elect the presidential, but now it is organized at the constituency level because of the huge numbers. And I might, as I sit here, go and take our party constitution and see the electoral college that is mandated to vote for anybody in the party to become a presidential candidate. You can't give that kind of money because the numbers are so huge that even 10 cedi, when you go around to give 10 cedi and you come to see, you bleed. And I think moving forward, that something like that should be done at the constituency, at the parliamentary level. It is very important. It is very important.
Now let's
Other
look at
than
punishing
that, it is not helping. It is not helping. I think that what we can do is that, you know, the party themselves doesn't have the prosecutorial powers and all, even though there are
rules. The party doesn't have prosecutorial powers.
They can put regulations.
I can remember a few suspensions. In fact, very public, known, high-profile suspensions.
I also know, but that is not the subject of discussion. But I think that if the national laws, we will find a way of letting the national laws work. And I think that will serve a better purpose than relying on
let the MPP party show us leadership. Let's show leadership that in our party we don't.
Then in answer to that question, I said but in answer to that specific question, if you don't want me to generalize it, then we are still in early days yet.
Okay.
Because I know.
So we should hold our fingers crossed.
Yes, I know a lot of people, senior members of the party, is not much enthused with what happened. So I know, being a peace test in our political dispensation, they'll find a ways of making sure that they put this things, it won't happen again.
Now let's
because it doesn't help anybody.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Even the delegates, let me tell you, I've contested elections before. So we all suffer the same fate. And my point is, some are good, close friends. So when I go ask them, I say, the money you took, what happened to the money? And now you are coming for one assistant or the other. Because you see the irony of it. If you take that, you were mentioning $1,000. Let's granted. If I'm a delegate and I take $1,000 and make sure that bought my conscience, how long am I going to live on the $1,000? But the person has to be my leader for 4 years. Whether the person is doing right or wrong, I can't see. Because I have no moral right to say because I have sold my conscience. And let me tell you, that was not what the forebears of this party used to do. I have followed elder people, those who were in their 70s to learn politics. What they do is that we all are members. We have seen the potentials in you. We will bring you and make sure maybe you become somebody. When you become a member of parliament, then we owe the member of parliament, including you. So when there's gutter, even though there's there's a challenge here, how do we solve it? So they still have a say. They don't sell their conscience. So in any case, as we are moving, it's not even helping us as a people. But moral justification, even you the individual, when you take the money and go to sleep, what are the questions you ask yourself?
Well,
so
the
this
giver
money you
can go to sleep. Why can't the giver go to sleep too?
No, but
let's move on.
Let's move on.
We have other issues. Let's move on.
As Constituency Secretary,
because
I never saw.
As a
Constituency Secretary, I never. My principle was that when you come, and he comes, I look at it, and when I told myself that I am with Ama, I don't hide it.
No, but see,
I am with Ama, whether you have money or not.
Who has greater responsibility in terms of conscience? The elected official, or the one who is seeking to be elected, and the person who is at home who would vote? Who has a greater responsibility when it comes to conscience?
Ama, you can't fault. You can't fault. I will ask you that question.
At the end of the day,
you can't fault the giver alone. Let me tell you, across the country, all the political parties, some of the police station executives, constituency executives, as people who are more educated, and they know best, and so they know that ask yourself, if Mujib comes today and I can't think I can give everybody 5,000. My constituency, the electoral college is a little over 800,000. You ask yourself, where am I getting the money? So as soon as you give me the power, and I'm able to get an opportunity to be a member of parliament #1 or even minister, don't you think I'll be corrupt?
That's the point.
That is why we can't get corruption out of the system, because nobody manufacture money. And the politics is now becoming the business model. You invest and recoup. That is what. Say, baby, I do not know. You invest and you recoup. So will you agree to go and borrow 500,000 from the bank? You go and contest your area. When you come, say you are even to finish law school, you say you are coming to do pro bono. It's unrealistic. Exactly what you are saying. You can't do it. You can't do it. So let's discourage both sides. And that is the principle.
But let's discourage one side more.
Let me tell you something. It is not only in Ghana here. I listened to Patrick Lumumba, this man who has been preaching. He contested. When he got there, and the next person came 3-4 days to the elections and distributed money, they went to the election, he lost. I said the people are not looking at the ideas you have.
No, because we know that you will be corrupt with or without our help.
Yeah.
You will be corrupt. And so this money automatically is ours. So why not just enjoy the money?
Madam, I don't subscribe to that principle. Whether we take the money or we don't take it, people will still be corrupt.
I think we've dealt with this money issue. We've agreed it's terrible. We are waiting on the MPP to show us leadership and do something about it. Let's move on. Let's talk about this issue of the incumbent MPs. At least 41 of them losing their seats to the newbies. Yeah. Well, let's start from this issue of protection, first of all. Yeah. And I'm sorry, but I don't understand how okay, here's what, because I need to choose my words carefully. I'm trying to understand the rationale behind how you decide to protect who. Because we don't see a clear-cut principle. Yeah. Because if there was a principle to protect all, let's say, ministers, then we should see it run through. Then all ministers are protected. Yeah. If there was a plan to protect all, perhaps, committee leaders, then let's see it run through. They are protecting all committee leaders. Yeah. In this instance, forgive me if I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, it looked as though we protected candidates who had not so strong opponents. Yeah. So that when a candidate had a really strong opponent against them, we didn't protect them. Yeah. Which is strange, because isn't that when they need the protection?
Yeah. You've raised a very, very fundamental issue. You see that I'm staring at you, I don't know where to start. But the real thing is that as I'm learning politics and where I started, I don't believe in protection. It's a principle that I've held. I always believe, give everybody a fair opportunity. Let the people decide. If the people decide that you are the person they want to vote for, I don't have a problem. And that has been my principle. But that notwithstanding, there's some group of people, fortunately they are not in the majority, that has always wanted protection, even when the party was in opposition. I remember in 2014, I served under Kovna Japan as one of his special aides, and he was the general secretary then. And I know there were some sections of the party, especially coming from parliament, the leadership of the party in parliament, wanted protection of sitting members of parliament, though that was in the majority. And I think these the issues, no single person can sit and take decision. You can bring their model, bring their idea. The steering committee, National Executive Committee will have to look at it and see whether it is prudent or not to accept it. So I think part of it, it was rejected. But if you recall, there were this idea of protecting women and all those things.
Obviously, that didn't happen.
That day, you saw how people were coming from the constituency to the party head office agitating and all those. So I think that eventually, let me land. Eventually, what happened was that a final decision was taken that nobody should be protected. And for the first time in the history of this party, I'm going to go and check the records from 2000 up to now. We won a landslide majority of members of parliament. Members of parliament. It has never happened. And the principle is when you give the people the opportunity, fair, to choose who they want to represent them, the people will not sleep until they make sure the person gets to parliament. But when you impose, especially, we are fortunate because we have experience too. In 2008, there were few cases of people that were disqualified, did not allowed to contest. Some got angry and went independent. And the party, after the elections, a research finding revealed that actually affected the fortunes of the party in 2008 election slightly. So that has always been a guide. So I think under Kobna, one fantastic thing he did was that he said, no, he doesn't want to preside over that. Give everybody, those who were even close friends of his in school, some did not agree with, but I said, oh, say, by democracy, the one that wins, it means that is the person that is popular on the ground. And what he wants is to make sure he gets majority in parliament. And I think that it worked. So right from there, I said, no, protection, I don't agree. Yeah, some are saying that because of the experience, they've been in parliament first time, second time, third time. So, and I rubbish that. If you defeated somebody before you got to parliament and you had experience. So if that opportunity was not given to you, how would you have ended up in parliament before even getting the experience? So it's a bogus from the beginning.
It is a bogus argument. My question, however, right now is, what was the principle? How did you choose who to protect and who not to protect? I'm curious.
No. That one I can't be vivid now because for now I communicate on behalf of, but I'm not where I was. I'm not longer there, so I can't know exactly what went on.
But I mean, being an insider.
I think that this issue. But I think that is largely. I have seen people talking about experienced MPs. Even yesterday,
experienced MPs.
Yeah, no. Those
Should I start with the names?
I'm coming. Those who were there, who has been there for a period of time. For instance, the leader, majority leader of H.A. Mensah Bonsu, deputy speaker, and other few people. Then even though
you skipped somebody in that chain,
and I decided to skip. So, so I have no reason to that. So I have no reason to that. And don't mention. I'm not gonna mention. We are playing nice. So, but that is why. But I think that if we had listened to my answer from the beginning, you won't push further because you know I will not have answers to that particular question.
So there was no
principle. I am a complete believer of giving equal opportunity to everybody.
So I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. And when you see people who went to the constituency was fighting everybody, that when they allow people to contest them, they will not be fair. How will that be?
You are the forebears of democracy.
No, I said the forebears. I said no. We are young, but those when we started, those who were following the elder people, the principle they stood at that time is what I said. But we are still young. Those we follow.
No, 70, as a political party.
Yeah,
and democracy,
of course.
Fairness being a hallmark of democracy.
But in any case, let me also draw your mind to something. Don't hammer on that point as if it is something that is not allowed in our political dispensation.
You mean unfairness?
Consensus, not unfairness. Don't use consensus. Consensus is allowed. Consensus is allowed.
Where is the consensus?
Consensus is allowed.
I'm sorry, I fail to see.
The party has taken the decision. Maybe in the leadership of the party at the constituency regional level, national level, taking a decision that constituency A, B, C, D, we need to allow them to
just
go.
like an arbitrary decision, just like that.
No, you don't call it arbitrary. When there are consensus, when they bring stakeholders to speak their view and bring their reasons to bear for them to understand.
We are hearing the kind of things we are hearing now from within your court.
Exactly. Example. Especially to those affected constituencies you are talking.
People are talking about
now we have moved
to
but the independent. Me, I only heard one person who is saying that he will go independent, and his constituency, I think he lost. He was not even prevented from contesting. He did contest and lost the primaries, and now he's peeved and said he wants to go. But I believe maybe in a few weeks to come he will change his mind. But to go to the specific constituencies, that the 65 or so that they have protected, that is where we are now. And it's a decision of the party that was done on consensus basis, and it's allowed. Not quite long ago, we are head with Electoral Commission going to conduct. We are talking of consensus. Consensus is almost everywhere, even in your family level. So you have to consent.
I agree. Now let me ask you this question on a personal level. You personally sitting here, you know, as a young, we are all rooting for you. You know, who would go far in the party, nationally, all of that, and seeing this. Not knowing what the future holds for you. And knowing that it doesn't matter how far you reach in the party, how much you serve this party, it's possible that tomorrow somebody might be protected and you might be left out in the cold, like happened to Address who happens to my MP. Because but for 8 votes, to who? The name we shouldn't mention. But for 8 votes, but for 8 votes, this woman who you have within that party made a minister. She has a
deputy majority leader.
Thank you. In parliament, she happens to be one of the few. Forget MPP politics.
No, I know your passion because the women will always advocate for their colleagues. So I understand.
In parliament, you left her out there in the cold, and but for 8 votes, should be out by now.
But God being so great.
God being so great.
She sailed through. She sailed through.
Wow.
She sailed through. I mean, I supported her.
So if she hadn't sailed through.
She sailed through. So
if she hadn't sailed through, then too bad.
That would have been the decision. That would have been the decision of the delegates.
Is this a good decision?
We all agree that we should allow people the opportunity to contest. So why are you so worried?
Other people were protected.
But
are you saying that some people mean more to the party than others? So we are operating on an animal farm.
Far from it.
Animal farm principle.
But give me the opportunity. Let me explain.
Please explain.
We are doing a politics, and every political party want to win elections. When you are going to battle, you strategize. You don't just get up because you have money. You can buy arms and ammunition and organize people. You say you are going to battle. No, that is not how a battle is being fought. You strategize. In the process of the strategization, a lot of things happen. We are going into a critical election. That is the December 7th, 2020. You know how crucial this election will be. And we want to retain power. The opposition is not leaving any stone unturned to unseat us. So a lot of decisions, thinking and strategy has to go in. So if certain decisions that are taken, maybe outsiders may call it unpopular. Some will say unfair. But by and large, if that decision will inure to the benefit of retaining the political power, I think every reasonable politician will toe that line.
Okay, so outsiders will say it's not fair, but the insiders are okay. All right, then let's move on. Now let's talk about COVID-19. Let's talk about the coronavirus. Let's talk about the fact that our president, this whole time we hear him give addresses every Sunday. He speaks about, he gives us directives: do this, don't do this. It's consummate. It's dawa. He's, he has his hands in there. He's trying so hard to deal with this pandemic. And the Sunday before this one, came out and told us that the wearing of masks is compulsory.
There's a law.
There's a law. You can't, and I have a problem that we were discussing earlier.
Part of
but
it.
let's put that one aside because it's not important right now. This is what the president said. Now, in the president's own home, in his own backyard, where you people should give oxygen to what he says, so the rest of us can follow suit and see that, oh wow, look at how they respect the president and what he says. Look at how they are adhering to what the president is saying. Look at how law-abiding they are. You took that opportunity, and there's an expression I have in mind, but I shouldn't use it. There was
Yeah.
In fact, let's watch this video and come back.
Yeah.
Let's watch this short documentary and then we'll come back.
PP, a rally or what have you of the NPP. And look at this, no social distancing, no face masks. All these things is going to increase the rise of the COVID. And it will multiply. And in the next 2 weeks, we may probably have another 5,000 rise up. Now we are around 13,000, 14,000. In 2 weeks from this situation, it's going to increase by 5,000 more. And unfortunately, when they come to church, then they will say that it is the church that has produced this. And they have stayed there for more than 2-3 hours. And yet they said for church, we must only meet for 1 hour. And some churches, when they met during the lockdown, they have been jailed. And yet these people are doing what they don't need to do. It is like 4 legs bad, 2 legs good. If the law is the law, everybody must obey the law. And I want you to understand, whether you see me by video or by any media, don't follow the politicians. They are not thinking about your well-being. I'm saying politicians, whether NDC politicians or MPP politicians or WXYZ politicians, they don't care about you. They care about their election. And whether you are alive or not, whether 1 million people die, they don't care. So don't follow them. Don't follow them. Wife your children, because nobody will take care of them for you. May God give us wisdom. May God guide us.
From that, you know, I'm sure there's a video you've seen too.
Yeah.
You've seen this video. And are his concerns valid?
Yeah. Oh, but I think they are valid to some extent, but he was being so political, so... But let's
How was he being
No, but he said, because the point is, we all have to adhere to the protocols for our own safety. That is why there are certain decisions has to be taken to protect we the citizens. And Ama, you agree with me, since this pandemic started, there had been education. Your outlet has been at the forefront educating the public about the need to adhere to the protocols that has been outlined for us to save ourselves and save others. Now, it is now your own responsibility to care for your life and make sure you adhere to the principles. That is very, very important. But no politician is telling anybody to go out there and violate or not to adhere to the principles. What you are saying, that it is true. When we all watched some of the places, police stations and constituencies media people visited, the first thing they asked to see the protocols, whether there's water, Veronica bucket, soap, hand sanitizers, and how people were, whether the people were on their face masks or not. And the last thing is the spacing. I think which constituency or some places that, to the extent that I've seen the journalists try to even measure the distance with his legs. I think when you measure 6, then that is the normal feet. Some places, some adhere, other places we watched to, it wasn't.
Which places adhere?
In terms of the distancing.
Yes, which places?
No, but let's don't jump everything.
No, I'm curious.
You know, I'm coming. The voting process is number 1. But after the voting process, when the results were being declared, that is where you saw people who maybe those they supported, their candidates won and they were jubilating. And you know, some will tell you that being in the face mask, maybe after some hours they are tired, so they remove it. But if we recall in the beginning to the afternoon, the voting process, even the security officers were there in the electoral commission officers. Even if you are a delegate and you are not adhering to the protocols, you are not on face mask, you can endanger their life because they will even draw your attention. So it was not all the stages that were being compromised. No, we've all
We're only being compromised at some stages.
No, but you know people, at some stage, but I wouldn't disagree. But that one, you can't control people's emotions. Maybe they declare they are happy, and even though that is wrong. What can at that level? What can you do?
You know.
So at that level, what? Even let me tell you. Even at that point, some of the people that went there were not delegates, but they have also gone there to glance what is going through.
Let's take one at a time. You know that people will win. And you know that when people win, emotions, people would get excited.
That one is natural.
You know that it is our nature to carry people, pour powder on them and all of that. As a political party, one that's committed to ensuring the safety of Ghanaians, what measures did you take before the election? How did you sensitize your delegates? And the parliamentary contenders themselves about the situation, and because we are in special times.
We are in
if
special
the president
times,
at some point even directed that we couldn't meet, more than 25 people couldn't meet, then you know that we are in difficult times.
So I'm coming.
And he has said this all the time.
Yeah.
So what measures did you put in place to ensure that
the
lives that came out to vote
were
secured?
Yes.
Or at least, of course, because every activity is a risk, but then what did you do to ensure that that risk was minimized?
But that is what I've told you. The party at the polling centers provided water and soap. That is number one. Second, sanitizers were being provided to sanitize your hand. Most of them on the queue were on face masks. And you know, the voting started in the morning.
This one and you just watched. People were not wearing face masks.
What you watch was during the counting and declaration of results mood. That is where the normal sanity, you are not seeing it. Because at that level, some had left, some came in, and some were just waiting for the results to be declared and they would jubilate. And that is where I talk of the emotions and people, when people are happy, they can even forget the times that we are. But not right from the beginning when the voting starts, maybe till the voting end. That time, even the security were around. And if you mess up with the protocol, they will put you online. But maybe getting to the evening, in some of the areas we've also watched, they defied the protocol. And that wasn't the best. That wasn't the best. And nobody's encouraging that.
For me, the bigger question here is, we've seen how you've handled your own primaries, your own people.
Yes.
We've seen how you handled the situation in terms of safety measures against. Can we trust you with the upcoming elections and our safety? Would I be safe to go out there and cast a vote?
I will go and vote, God willing, if I'm alive at that time. When I go and vote, I'm coming. When I go and vote, I'm going home. I'll be watching TV for this and be watching the declaration. So we'll continue educating the public. When you go and vote, there's no point staying there to see who wins and who loses. If you go and glue to your TV, you definitely see it.
So you are hoping that
to save yourself.
Our basic instincts will take over.
No, but we have that. That is why the education. But
why do we have a government?
But you are just.
Why do we have a government?
But people are even when the law is enacted to save our life, you and your life. See how people are condemning the law. This law would benefit to all of us. To wear face masks is to protect ourselves. Even today in America,
it's not people who are flouting it. It's MPP people who are flouting it.
MPP people in what sense? MPP people in what sense?
We just watched you.
Oh my God.
So if even within the
MPP you are flouting it. But have you seen anybody on any platform telling MPP people that go and flout the COVID-19 protocols on elections day? No, but the point is,
this is what you do.
Why won't you also accept that it was at a different like the whole voting is a process, and you put it as if that we have violated right from the beginning to the end, and that is why I said that is not true.
COVID-19 doesn't know the beginning and the end.
It is very important. That is very important. But
COVID-19 will not be.
But that is what I also admitted. I admitted the fact that what went on, not in some of the constituencies, it's not right. But now what we need to do is to keep educating the people the dangers. Maybe some don't even believe that COVID is real. It is possible. And maybe some don't aware that even if it's real, it's that dangerous that we need at all times to protect ourselves. I hope you are getting the argument.
No, please.
But maybe, what about? Then I also agree with you because we have not flouted the COVID-19 protocol. We have not flouted COVID-19 protocol. So it's only one. It's only. But there. What? I don't get it here. But I think that at that point, Amma, the only thing at that level, I think we have to look at was to beef up the security at the centers, even not to let the people come, to just disperse them. But as soon as the results declared, people, I know some will get home and then realize that, I wasn't on my face mask when I was jubilating. And maybe at that level, you could contract the virus, and which is dangerous. That is true. But I think if the security were there to disperse them and not to let them get to the declaration centers, and I think that will help. But it's a lesson. But it's a lesson.
Can we trust you with the December elections, the main elections?
But the December,
we've seen how you handle
this December election is
poorly.
Very poorly. So I'm also credit us. So this just
no, I should credit you for this.
No, but it was organized the entirety of the election. The entirety of the election.
No, in terms of COVID-19.
No, but
very poor. Very poor.
But I think that what we taking lessons from what we've watched, what we need to do is that then when it comes to declaration, the results are being declared at the voting at the polling station. I think then that is where the security has to come in forceful. They don't need to let the people come around. Just disperse them.
So we are taking lessons.
It's only the agents.
And hopefully
it's only the party,
we'll do better.
the party agents that will be allowed. So a smaller number. So when they declare, there won't be any jubilation. If you want to watch the declaration, you can go and watch TV. Other than that, if you allow them to congregate, as soon as they declare in one area that Nana Akufo-Addo has won there, people will start jubilating. Or John Mama has won here, people will start jubilating. You can't take that away. Before it's spontaneous. Well, you don't plan it.
Let's involve the viewers at this point. Let's bring in the viewers at this point.
Don't hit us that hard.
The people who voted for the parliamentarians were expecting results on the ground based on the promises given by the MPs to their constituents. Once these results are not seen on the ground, then it means they must find others who will go and lobby in parliaments to promote development in the constituencies. This is a big lesson to those who were protected to go unopposed. This is coming from Salam Ben Nuhu Combat inside Tempane district, precisely Wariyanga. Thank you so much. This one says, hi Amma, good evening to you and your guest in the studio. Please, today, Thursday the 5th of June 2020, happy birthday to my lovely wife, Mrs. Matilda Tete, from her husband, Mr. Godwin Tete, and the kids. We say we love you and God bless you. Good evening from Nima, Accra. Well, good evening, Mrs., and happy birthday to you. All right. This one says, good. Okay, so good. Amma, no objective person can deny the shameful reality that money in politics is the cause of corruption in government in Ghana. This is because the politicians are not Father Christmas. The delegates should know that voting for the highest bidder may mean voting the smartest thief into power. In fact, it simply means we are mortgaging the future of our children into the hands of looters. Uncle Ben in Wamfe. Good evening, Uncle Ben. Thank you for your message. This one says, greetings to your guests. Superb submissions from him. Kudos. The name is Rashid Otto from Wa. This one says, good evening to you all. I'm from Boku, West Ghana. I want to say politicians in Ghana have found basic needs to influence people in order to get votes. For that matter, they refuse to do what can advance the nation from poverty. This has made it clear that everything NPP and NDC are doing is for their business benefits. And all of this has happened because none of the political parties has the wisdom of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah to rule the nation. Yes, our Sajifo was one of a kind. Okay, this one says, Amma, good evening. You are pushing Mujib to a tight corner. So he has no option than to speak the truth. Please, take a look at my, my WhatsApp DP, the couch, the best. Desmond from Drabos. So Desmond, thank you so much. Keep watching the show. Keep watching the show. Thank you. This one says, good evening, Amma. I'm Seidu Usman Fisher. I'm watching you live from Guinea Conakry. Monetization in our modern politics makes electorates weak in demand for development. and their well-being. However, I think we need more education to sensitize both politicians and electors. Thank you so much, Seidu, watching us all the way from Guinea. Right. This one says, hello, I'm Thomas Dassa. My question goes to the MPs. Do they buy the delegates or the entire constituency? In fact, you are putting pressure on the MPP man. He's only trying to protect his party, not the lives of the people. This one says, hello, good evening. Wow. Okay. Hello, good evening. Norbert Senu from Nungwa. May we know from the EC if those who are infected by COVID-19 virus would be allowed to come out from their hospital beds, make a queue, form a queue, go through the processes and obtain their voters' ID card, since they too have a right to be part of the exercise. This one says, okay, you're mentioning some other TV stations and you're saying they showed places where there was no water to wash hands. His name is Albert. Thank you so much, Albert, for that information. So, you see, even this Veronica bucket issue obviously did not go down everywhere. Right. This one says, please ask the man, if it was my birthday and I had a crowd like that, playing music and making noise without observing the protocols, if I won't be arrested. But I didn't tell those attending to violate the protocols, as he's saying. Yet nobody was arrested in MPP's primaries. You see, Ghana will never move forward unless we begin to call a spade, no matter our political differences. I agree with you. This one says, okay, how can people be given consensus and others not? How any of these MPP primaries, okay, how come nobody has been arrested for not obeying the protocols? With this pandemic, the EC is bent on compiling a new voters register. And that doesn't care about our health. The name is Eric from Somania. Right. All right. You have prayers for people to catch coronavirus. No, I'm not praying that prayer with you. You're on your own. Okay. This one says, why is this man talking like that? MPP people, we don't have to trust them at all. They know the right thing, but they always beat around the bush. His name is Odro Francis. This one says, hi, Amma. Don't be hard on the real factual man. I like him a lot. I like him too, actually. I like him a lot. He's one in a million. I'm glad I watched this show for the first time because of my man. I love the show. His name is Kwesi Mufasa from Kumasi. Kwesi, I like him too. And we are friends, right?
We are indeed friends, but you are hated.
Right. This one says, hi. People are watching the program. And I want to ask the lady, is she the host of the program or she's from a political party? She should allow the man. Well, I'm allowing the man. Right, I'm allowing the man.
You see, they are defending me.
Right. This one wants to know where our marks are. He says, where are your marks? Okay. This one says, please, good evening. The delegates who collect money, some amount of money before voting, are they the only people who will vote to bring that candidate to power? If no, they have to pay us all before they win the general election. Her name is Diamond from Bantamak. Listen, I agree with you, right? You understand her logic?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, for some of these constituencies, the minute you win the primaries, it's automatic.
So, yeah. The strongholds.
It's automatic.
Yeah.
All right. This one says, good evening, Amma. You are doing a good job. Well, thank you. Finally. Amma, your guest is refusing to accept the truth. He has not seen anything wrong, even when the EC officials refused to observe the social distancing rule during the announcement of the winners. Well, now I'd like to go to Facebook and see the messages we have on Facebook as well. Right. This one says, Jacob Asugonde says, no justice in Ghana, but God is watching over all of us. Peter Kujo Lavrango Amenowodi says, I'm watching and listening as well. Well, hey. Yakubu Atif says, good evening to my good brother Mujib Rahman Osei for his great submissions. Yakubu Atif from Wa Zongo. Albert Badago II says, look at how he's busy defending corruption. Right. This one says, Amma, how are you doing? Well, I'm well. I'm Prof. Sam from Tema. Well, hi, Prof. I'm an MPP man, But what they did was shameful and disgraceful. I'm disappointed in the man sitting there. Well, thank you for your message. Right. So, I mean, now I want us to talk about, oh wow, our time is almost up. We have just about 5 minutes. But,
let me respond to the last.
Sure.
Prof, on what issue? When it comes to the issue of monetization, it is something I condemned. And I said, moving forward, my party has to take a decision to not to encourage that. And largely, I think that, and I said politicians in general will have to take a critical look at it, because it is not helping us, and it will help us. So I condemn it, and I said, but the reality on the man, let me give you a scenario. I have a friend. I have a friend who has been a constituency secretary before, and when he was leaving, his constituency youth organizer became chairman. Maybe a few years, he's gone back to contest for a parliamentary candidate, and the chairman could tell him that he doesn't have money. When he was helping the youth organizer to become a chairman, the chairman, he didn't also have money, but he managed to get you there. So today it has 10. But it shouldn't be the highest bidder. That is bad. It shouldn't be the highest bidder.
I think you've made the point.
It shouldn't be the highest bidder. And my point is, I'm hitting the delegates because they have something to lose. Because whatever amount you take, you can't be dependent on that amount for 4 years. But as soon as, fortunately, if the person ends up getting parliament, he's likely to become a minister if his party wins power. And from there, he can recoup whatever that he has spent on you people. Then what left to your feet? The road that you are struggling, you won't get. The electricity you want, you won't get it. Even when the MP is present, because you have taken his money, you can't look into your face and say, Mr. MP, A, B, C, D, you promise you are not delivering. On what grounds can you say it?
You've made a point. And that's
so I've been very consistent in that. So I am the person that I do. I wish let's be disciplined and make sure the process is disciplined, and we always get the best. It is true. Because we are all party people, we know ourselves. When some of the people, some are very good and exceptional. As soon as they come first time in parliament, you see them shining. Some too can't. We are brothers, sisters, we've been to schools, we've played football together, we've gone to 9 clubs, so we know ourselves. You go there 8 years, he can't make any meaningful contribution to change the life and fortunes of his or her constituents. So but because that is the highest bidder, he's been given the opportunity, and we need to discourage that.
Our time is up. Our time is up. I just wanted you to comment briefly on these big guys who have lost, and perhaps the implications going forward for the general elections. By big guys.
Specific cases.
Look at somebody like Vincent Sowa, Odota. We could look at Anekwe Owusu. Every year we could look at Ahmed Arthur. We could look at Daniel Ochin Abuaje Collins Owusu Amankwa. We could look at Mark Asibeyabua, New Draben South. He actually happens to be the chairman
of the finance
committee. So imagine your finance committee president, he has no chairman.
No, but he's still a member of parliament. He's still a member of parliament.
So what are the implications going forward?
It was. I would have loved to see the names you have mentioned, especially Mark Asibeyabua, and there's another guy.
Other names, just because of time.
I know them. I know most of them. I know their contribution, especially the chairman of the finance committee.
You've lost them all.
His contribution in
parliament. You didn't protect them.
That is another topic for another day.
So what's the implication for the next elections?
I think but I've seen others are saying that it will have an effect on the general election on the MPP, but that is wrong. That logic is wrong. Okay. The point is, the people have been given the opportunity. They have taken a decision. So now the onus lie on them. You have changed the people. Make sure those that you have voted for, you bring them to parliament.
Are you not concerned that it's an indication that the people do not have that much? It's an indication of failure on your part as a political party.
In what way?
If your big guys are losing.
But they know the difference. They know the difference. But they know what
performing.
No, it will affect it. But MPP is performing. We are performing.
Your big guys are losing.
Oh, but it doesn't. No, but you see, I told you there are two fronts. You can be doing well, but if your relationship with your people is bad, that is not, the party is not saying you should have a bad relation with them. Maybe the road you are constructing, you are lobbying, it is going on. The toilet you are lobbying, you have lobbied, is going on. The water is there. But maybe they are looking at your relationship that you have with them before they voted for you to get to parliament. If it has changed, you are not picking calls. Maybe they have small issues, they are calling you and they are not getting you. Maybe you go there, you don't attend party meetings, you don't follow them to
think
final.
it's personal and not
Go to the grassroots and see some of these
national.
petty issues they hold against MPs, my dear. It will marvel you. Oh, they say, oh, maybe I'm in on for calls. And you are finished.
Okay.
I
will take what you're saying.
And let your people research. Oh, say Mujib the on say a member of parliament, your trauma, your friend is a 4 years over Of course.
Thank you so much for your time. It's always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
Always.
Thank you.
And next time you come back.
Thank you.
Hopefully next time Dr. Adumahutusi will join you.
Yeah, doctor has now tell him he's a friend because he has won. He has started being busy giving excuses. So you have to start. You see. Dog is my friend. So, and he really worked hard and hard work piece. Yeah, dog work hard. Yeah. But I think you have to say special thanks to Pan-African TV because
listen, all our people
True is a fact. Pan-Africa is a very wide, you have a wide coverage and it's a very fantastic TV station. We are praying that years to come you go more than this.
Amen. Inshallah. Inshallah. We wish you the best.
Thank you. Thank you,
thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. Thank you for sending in your views and your comments. We truly appreciate it. Those of you who watch on Facebook, thank you. Up next is Justice Apia with Hot News. I'll see you tomorrow. Listen, whatever you do not miss tomorrow's show. Whatever you do, don't miss tomorrow's show. I promise you, don't miss tomorrow's show. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a lovely evening. Bye.
Oh, it's incredible! Bang on target!
It's a fine and peaceful Saturday morning. Auntie Mansa has woken up.
Today, I'll relax and enjoy some fresh air. Eish, my stomach. That Banku from Rabiatu's joint wants to deal with me this morning. Let me rush to the public toilet before the line gets long.
She makes her way to the public toilet.
Hey, Lord have mercy. Is that the line? The whole community is there. Anyway, let me just join the line and attend to nature's call.
Hey, social distancing. You don't like your life, eh? Haven't you heard of coronavirus? You can get the virus from other people through the air. So if you are out and you don't want to catch the virus or spread it, stay at least 2 meters away from other people. Otherwise, just stay at home if it's not necessary to be out. And you're not even wearing a face mask. If we want this to end, we all need to do our part. Now please, distance yourself.
Imahele koyo. Hey, Imusu, come here ni hey Auntie Mercy jeme choi musu. Ama fo yama ya ni ese. Deni gbeme pia shejeme.
Ina ke no si ole akata shakra o yapa e jinke ti ma funtu e ya sosi.
Ah nucho, komo gbeme ni yo bi ene. Mo fe mo ye bi e. Ama ya fita mehi keke. Koni he ajomi. Kwe Hagbe ni nekle mo enyo akamomi. Ani osumo o walalo. Ani onu akekre mu awale helo. Obanye ona keje mukohi kecho koyo lemli. No he wale keji oye aguna lo mamni ni osumo ni ona mu awale lo okeha mukole. Bele hani benisheo ni jin enyo ahi oke onye meeting. Shin ogugoke ona abuno. Hin shin akeji obenoku koten fe mo ye mamni. Fe mo odbenano. Mihuma femi benano.
Every Sunday for the last 3 years, Mama Fosti goes to buy banku and tilapia from the local market. She's well known in the neighborhood for her warm character and her friendly dog, Champion.
Today be today. Banku 4 cedis, tilapia 16 cedis, extra pepper.
She joins the line, eagerly waiting for her turn to place her order.
Hey, have you not heard Mama Fosti got the coronavirus last month? They say she has recovered. I don't know. I'm afraid. If you keep selling to her and people here, maybe they will not buy for me again. Don't let that spoil your business for you. Oh.
Hey, is that how you are? Just because Mama Fosti got the coronavirus before, does not mean that you should treat her differently. In fact, if you know anybody with coronavirus, you should not treat them differently.
Hey, Ko is speaking. Ko the COVID prefect.
What you are doing is not good. When you talk like this, you make people scared of what others will think. So, if they get the virus, they hide it or are afraid to go and get the proper health care. And if they are hiding it or not seeking medical help, that's even more dangerous because it will keep spreading. And that's what we are trying to prevent. So talking like that doesn't help. Don't stigmatize. Don't discriminate. We are all in this together. Jaisa.
Hey, I can see you have all distanced yourselves and wearing face masks too. You are doing well.
Shekaru uku ke ga kowane ranar Lahadi.
Muna ta kama Umma Hauwa ba.
An ce ta samu lafiya amma ni dai ban sani ba o. Ina tsoron kika so sayar mata har mutane suka ji ba su sayin abincin ki o. Kaki bari ta bata miki kasuwancin ki.
Kai, ashe haka kake. Saboda in Hauwa ta samu cutar corona, bai kamata ka yi mata mu'amala daban ba. In har ka san wani da ke da cutar corona, bai kamata ka yi ma mai shi mu'amala daban ba. Kai, ko na magana, ko manyan kobi. Abin da kake yi bai da kyau fa. In ka yi magana haka ka bari mutane su ta jin tsoro saboda abin da wayan suke tunane. In suka samu cutar sun boye ko kuma sun ji tsoro su telike su samu ingwantaccen kulawa. In suna boyewa ko kuma ba su telike su samu taimako, wannan na da tsoro da yawa. Saboda cutar ta soma yaduwa. Ai abin da muke so mu hana kenan. Saboda shi magana haka bai taimako. Ka ku raina, ka ku yi ma mutane mu'amala daban. Mu duka muna ciki a tare. Bari haka. Aha! Gashi ma na ga kun nisanci juna kuma kun sa face mask. Kun kokarin ku.
Oh, it's incredible! Bang on target!
Na jauti kai mu da do kresi wa se wanti mensi
make me sis be sre why na me yikwa na treche oyi o jari malaria din ya chinsa
eja kan akoma 2 years so onum dan proke herba mister usi simbadu say from oyire nso doctor ka chene say o malaria mo ani bi oni pedue mu a so onum dank antima x yare malaria ebe kokra obi wo honum a ne yem ye ne yanso a so onum dank gastro care herba mister oho beton dank phyto care herba mister koko ebe ye hu adwuma ma wapon waposo tutu dank extra care herba mister obenya hoden ne watimi anante mekafo dank no nyina e de amamo
na ebenya dodwe nya bi we
pharmacy shop ana herba shop also pe dank nura ye be ma obi
pacho mo number ye sen
0266593330
enroi oba pemfo oba ma akora nufo ani akora woni mfie du mienu ntime no FDA ahwehwe sa edwadie nkrato yi mu agya tum se eye.
Life is always unforgettable at Ridge Royal Hotel. Wake up to a blissful morning at the Plus Ridge Royal Hotel, built with you in mind.
Ridge Royal Hotel is situated at 2nd Ridge Cape Coast, few minutes drive off Accra Cape Coast Takoradi Highway and close to the Infantapem School. Come over for your early bird buffet breakfast from 5:30 a.m.
Magical hands of our chefs. Enjoy our best cuisines made with love just for you. Our tasty snacks, finger foods, kebabs, cocktails, and shakes are just irresistible. Experience packages like the Ridge Royal Banquet Blowout and allow us to take care of your happy and sad moments by providing space and catering for your wedding receptions, birthday parties, after funeral parties in our beautiful conference rooms and poolside.
We also offer the best meeting packages in the region for corporate entities and individuals. Book us for your half and full day conference. Let us gladly cater for your guests.
Visit our website
at www.rageroyal.com.gh
or email us
on reservations at rageroyalhotel.gh.
For your booking and reservation, kindly call us on 031 200 3222 031 200 3222. Rage Royal Hotel, richly inviting, comfortably yours.
When the troubles come your way.
What's wrong?
They took all my precious stuff.
Did they harm you?
Just when they were about to, they hit the siren and bolted.
Scout the area. You don't have security cameras?
They stole everything.
I thought you used ghost cameras from security.
Security warehouse?
Yes, you should. They couldn't have gotten away the way they did without either being electrocuted or being caught on a CCTV camera.
Of herbal products for your dreadlocks and natural hair.
I am Mikesh Crown Salon. Now, keeping natural hair with dreadlocks, no idea when you make a boma meno. Now, you who sushi and I say maintenance and a lack of knowledge, no, and I'm the air metaika, a brofo, and a bruni, a low, a blowfui to pollute our natural hair with the harsh, dangerous chemicals. In the same way, I am known in Tina. You started training, teaching, preaching the gospel according to maintaining natural hair with these lovely natural organic products. Now, they say no, you be in school now, zebra. Na be shia unsano ejuma for you to be one of the best locticians in the whole wide world. Ensano ejuma way, ensano ejuma osia odi kobe bia esan say. To be a loctician, no, is a job the world need you today. Now, natural hair, ya de bia say no, bapa na manfuaji atu no stigmatization, no bad names for dreadlocks and natural hair. And you know, me boko say, brana besia sa nimdie way a far dreadlocks, sisters locks, Nubian locks, Afro locks, cultivated locks. Organic locks, micro locks, Caucasian locks, twist locks, real lock, hand twist, comb twist, flat twist. Sa normal way na no brana besia, usua wie na yehwe modern boa. Etimi eju, esan say Mikesh Training Academy no. Ye branches bebre wo Ghana ha, etimi employ and I say etimi esu employ outside the country.
If you want to learn all the techniques in natural hair and dreadlocks, please pick up a form in any of our branches. Also, for bulk purchases of our natural herbal products, please call 0542 126072 or 0277 454287.
Mikesh is the king of dreadlocks.
You don't know Stonewall representing, I said dreadlock to the world, BOT. Your natural hair is the crown of your glory. Mikesh!
Hello?
Oh, see that sound?
Okay, why? My wife comes and send a message you. Your office is going to free. Hello? I didn't know. What's happened?
It's a child who will be a quiet, say what? I dare say,
besides, friend, I'm so here. You are not testing messages here. And the office also. I'm still a timer. She says, I
mean, so we a guy man, and may young who could look right. And also wants a family drilling company limited for Kana.
What's the name? Family Drilling Company Limited.
Ye two borehole, biofuel, biogas, swimming pool, plumbing works in Yinaso, Yeyebi, Freya, 0240-333-111, and NASA 0244-144-822.
Miampa and you want to improve me fee. Me want to be here. Family drilling now. Family drilling.
What fashion yala shit?
Me out with that
Hey, you, Daddy. Yes. So when you bought for, and I was a mobile. Bought for ointment. Why never? Bought for in a drew. Oh, no, so when you bought for a drew with me to the swan. Sorry, what's it? A drew when I walk up, Robo Memoir. Your body man, friend, Mali, po, passoa. What true for was me dancing in one approach. What am I dancing in your copas and Abraham Wabami Haya? A young copy, Usisi. What possible, a woman and a cheap Museno, Nemuyania. So when your ultimate be the fire. See what?
Tania now white woman sway. Made a waffle cream a treaty money nina. Pimples, a crow, a jam, a proper one amani area would way. What the and chili good sumu. Now the waffle soap can a straswa. 5 minutes a cheap. Now the waffle cream a strasso. A best sunny in from a huato. Waffle herbal products.
Or Manfra Jatunt. Or some Male, Popa, Passoa.
Truly African.
And welcome to Hot News. We are coming to you from our studios in Abelinkwe, 48 Swanika Street here in Accra. At Pan African Television. My name is Justice Sapia. Tonight on Hot News.